Oh, man, I love the game of golf. It was a beautiful day out here today, wasn't it, baby girl? You didn't think it was a nice day today?
Well, I am sweating all over, so no, I didn't really think it was.
Well, I mean, you got to drive the car. You got to drive the car, and it did have a hood on it, so it kept the sun off of you.
Yeah, but it had no air conditioning.
Well, okay, fair enough. So, we're going to get something to eat, right?
Of course.
Cool.
And you're obviously paying, right?
Always. Always. Man, golf is a fun sport. Hey, I drove the ball pretty well today, don't you think?
Pretty well to the far right, yeah.
But, okay, even though I went right, my iron game was really good, and I was able to fight my way out of that.
Yeah, but you hit it into the sand, and you did that quite often, might I add.
Even when I went in the sand, my chip was really tight, so I was able to get out of there and get close to the flag.
After 3 times.
You have to admit, though, my putting game was really good, and it saved me a lot of the times from all of the bad hits I had out in the fairway.
And it only took you 11 holes. Listen, until you get a good golfing game, I'm going to keep giving you shit.
I'm improving. I mean, since I've gotten started, haven't I got a lot better?
Yes, you've gotten better since your injury.
We don't have to talk about my shoulder, but I mean, that's another reason why it's coming along slowly, but, you know, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it.
Sure.
Hey, baby girl, I'm about to go hop in the shower. When I get out, we'll head out to the volleyball tournament, okay?
Okay. Oh, can I use my the computer?
Oh, yeah, of course, baby. Of course. Hey, baby girl.
Yeah.
Repetition breeds familiarity.
Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort breeds complacency or success. We're going for the latter rather than the former.
All right, good deal. Handle business.
Okay.
Hey, remember, you're a beast out there. Act like it.
I will.
All right.
Let me see what he got in these emails. Spam. Overdue bills. Not surprised. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Young nigga got it bad 'cause he's broke. What is this? Sarah? Linda? Becky? Amber? Amy? Molly? Ginger? Heather? Karen? Oh, hell no. We are not having this. No, I don't want no Pancake Tuesdays. Oh, God, delete. No, I do not want your lemon bars, Karen. Ooh, my dad's gonna get...
Skywalker said Marvin Sapp told the deacons to close the doors and told the congregation the dollar amount they needed to tithe. Then Ricky Smiley went on a rant trying to defend what Marvin Sapp did. And that's a great chat. My interpretation of that, and preach on that, sir.
Who told you that? God damn anybody who doesn't glorify his work.
That's what I mean by people that just won't just say what it is. Like, because of his success in life or his beliefs, he's defending bullshit. That's no, to me, the equivalent I would say is no than a bad cop, a murderous race soldier in uniform, and instead of getting rid of that motherfucker, you trying to defend bullshit. That individual in that instance made a mistake. At a bare minimum, I'm sorry, that was wrong. I won't do it again. Nothing less than that will do. But all of that, I was misinterpreted. Close the doors. You were not misinterpreted. That. So that's another instance of what I'm saying is like, so many of us are like that. Instead of just keeping it real, you're co-signing bullshit. And they're doing that because that image is in the back of their head, in my opinion.
It's bad. It's bad optics. I heard, the reason I heard is, first of all, he said he's done this plenty of times. It's I guess it was a fundraising event for some ministry or whatnot. But
it was a big event, and he said it was a fundraising thing. Yes, sir.
And then the idea is that they say they close the doors all the time because they're trying to prevent robberies and stuff. So that's fine, your reasoning, but the optics are bad. You know, I know people who have been. I got a friend to this day who kind of turned away from certain Christian things because she went with another friend to this women's gathering, and they closed the doors and wouldn't let anybody out, and she freaked out, and she never went back to anything associated with that ministry again. So I'm never for that. That's bad. Don't ever make somebody feel like they're trapped. You know, it goes back to the church. It goes back to these early ideas, and you know, people trying to find a way to justify doing the evil they did would take a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and they would twist the Bible to fit what they wanted. You know, like for example, this guy Cotton Mather, we might have heard of him back with the Salem witch trials and all that. Cotton Mather came up with the idea that everybody's soul is white. So they could preach the gospel to these slaves and they could be saved and accepted in the church because their soul was white. But because their body was black, that didn't give them equal rights to the other Christians, the white Christians. So I'm just saying that's why I'm saying this Western Christianity, it's a perversion of the truth. That's why I reject it. And I had said all that when I was talking before. I said I've been detoxing from Western Christianity is because a lot of what I grew up reading was a lot of white Christian authors and stuff, and some of the church, a couple of the churches I was associated with, they kind of embraced it. One was a white church, the one was a pastor, he was black, but they embraced certain of these ideas, and it took me a long time to just step back and say, nah, I got to pull back from this. And so, you know, it was to the point where it has been difficult to read the Bible because I don't want to read it through the filter of white Christianity. So that's when I say I've been detoxing from it, that's what I meant. I was trying to talk about it earlier, and I started cracking jokes on you and got distracted. But
and again, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I was just saying again, like when we really come around to, we're not that. We just have a few fundamental things we don't believe in. Really, just almost like different various religious disciplines. We just have a few things we disagree on. That's all. But again, sir, I agree on everything you're saying. And again, exception not the rule. Exception not the rule. You know, and I would actually come to your church, and I'm not going to tell a lie. I'm not going to say I'm going to try to keep my thoughts unpure, but I would pay attention when you're talking. And I would wait till I get outside of the church to do impure things with my impure thoughts. Again, too much information, but...
Well, as long as I don't have praise dances, you might be good.
Hey, man. You know what? Let me stop. I'm sorry. Golly, I'm sorry. You didn't have the thought in my head just now.
But where you at, bro?
What was that? You mean?
Just trying to deal with you where you at, man. I wouldn't put you in that situation.
Hey, I mean, nothing wrong with interpretive dance. You know, nothing wrong with interpretive dance.
Do you have strong opinions and you're looking for a way to express them? Are you tired of carbon copy sports radio that infests the airwaves? Do you have creative concepts and ideas that you want to share with the world? Then this is not the commercial for you. This commercial is all about
Kinko's University.
That's right. Kinko's University gets you prepared for the podcasting world when you don't have the chops for it. If you're one of the many people looking to get into podcasting, but you just don't have the skill, Kinko's University is the university for you.
I want to do a podcast, but where do I start? And what do I talk about? Kinko's University.
Don't worry. Here at Kinko's University, the first thing we teach you about is OPP. That's right. Other people's perspective. so you can always have something to talk about getting it from another source.
Podcasting looks fun, but do I really have to do all that research and show prep?
Kinko's University.
Absolutely not. Here at Kinko's, we have classes like No Preparation 101, where we teach you to get around all of that pesky show prep because we know you don't have the time.
I wonder what the best time slot is to get the most listeners.
Kinko's University.
Don't worry, here at Kinko's, we have a class called Recycling Ideas 101, where you can find a time slot that works and just jump in that slot to try to make it happen for yourself.
Kinko's University.
I want to come up with new content and subject matter, but I'm not that creative.
Kinko's University.
You'll also take Regurgitation 101, which will help you come up with other people's subject matter that you can recycle and make your own. That's right, here at Kinko's, we teach you how to get around hard work, getting new wrinkles in your brain, and having to work hard at your craft. Come to Kinko's, where you can take these top courses with top teachers. Most people that go to Kinko's graduate with Kinko's degrees, that's right, as master copiers. Kinko's University, for the skilled impaired.
Kinko's University is not a real university and is not accredited. You don't actually learn any skills. You just learn how to mimic people who have actual skill.
Underground Railroad Show with that ninja. All aboard have the tickets ready because the train has arrived. Delayed or on time, it's time to get on board.
What's going on, fam? It's the Underground Railroad Show, hosted by your boy, that ninja. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. Audio check. Out in Studio B today. Audio check, just as far as the background. I know I got the air on for my comfort level. Just want to make sure it doesn't cause any audio distortion. Once I have that clearance, I'll keep it pushing. Thank you for coming aboard. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. Right off the bat, first thing, my apologies. My apologies for last week. I really should have known that Monday and Tuesday a show wasn't happening. Without giving too many details, baby girl had a little procedure, no type of emergency or nothing like that. We'll leave it there. But she had a procedure. Everything went well. She's doing great. But I was really, at that point, too busy. Obviously, Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, I was really too busy. Procedure was on Tuesday. And after that, just kind of, checking in for my own peace of mind, shit like that. So that's the reason I didn't have a show. And at the times I was trying to get it together, it just didn't work out. I was getting home too late in the evening. And it was, in my mind, at that point, in my humble opinion, I didn't feel it was reasonable to start a show. Not unless it was going to be very compact. And with my tendency to go on rants, is never as compact as I'd maybe like it to be at times. My apologies for that. So because I wasn't able to start at what I considered to be a decent time, I just chose not to do so. And the first 3 days wasn't even an option. Really, Thursday, my first probably viable day. Thank you for the confirmation on the audio. My first really viable day probably was Friday, and that just wasn't a good day. So look, thank y'all for coming aboard, man. I truly appreciate it. The title of today's show is Relapse. I'll elaborate on what I mean by that. But before I get there, my apologies for last week. That was the reason. Those were the reasons I didn't do a show last week. My apologies for not being better about communicating it, not really thinking or communicating what was going on, and also not really thinking ahead to the point where I probably should have known. She was good righteously, but I was, I should have known.
So really, I should have told y'all, it's shaky next week. That's what I should have said. I should have said it best later in the week, or maybe I should have done a better job of planning it for later in the week. But either way, I owe y'all an apology for that. I will do better of using the many platforms and many forms of social media to convey that point next time. Once again, my apologies. Okay, it is what some would consider the crown jewel of the NBA season. It's the NBA Finals, coming off of the playoffs, the Western and Eastern Conference Championships. So obviously today the show is knee-deep in pigskin. Yep, football talk. I can't really convey a lot of round ball right now. Understand, I know the game, but I haven't watched. Anything I give you will be secondhand. I can give you one quick basketball take, but I can't talk to you about the teams, the coaching, the strategies, the adjustments, the players, what they bring to the table, how deep each team's bench is, because I haven't been watching. And I'm not one to fake break. I could easily do it and sound like all the rest of these motherfuckers that don't really watch sports. I could do it. It wouldn't take much effort, but I don't really want to waste your time with that. And I have a lot of NFL thoughts I want to convey. Some things have happened I've kind of wanted to talk about for the past couple of weeks. Last week, I don't even know if I actually got to the subject matter because we went so long on kind of other things. Yeah, I got to the review. By the time I got to review, I mean, at that point, y'all were turning in, eating dinner, hopefully having a no-holds-barred wrestling match, things of this nature.
Motherfucker.
Actually, if it was a wrestling match.
You hear you? I hear you.
Congrats and salute.
You hear you? I hear you.
So I got to it at that point. But, for those who don't know, this time of year, alleged slow time of year, I'll speak about things I can actually speak about intelligently. I can convey a couple of things here and there. I can say this: I wish that I would have stuck with game one. And I'm the main person that doesn't believe in turning from a game and, oh, this shit is over and all that shit. I've seen too many comebacks. I've seen too much shady shit in the NBA and the NFL for me to ever say that with confidence when there's still people out there with uniforms on officiating the game that can sway shit. So I don't clock out a lot. Anything can happen. Some teams just some teams go cold. Some teams start playing stupid basketball. Yeah, a lot of things can happen. Some teams get relaxed. Some teams just stay at it. And when I usually watch. My goofy ass turf nest, start watching TV, get lost in some movies and shit, and I go back and see the ending later. Oh, I was upset with myself. I'm like, Ninja.
Motherfucker.
You know better. But again, I can't give you articulate basketball talk, so I'm going to speak a little more detail about pigskin because there are a lot of things going on I wish to discuss. I will leave the detailed round ball talk up to the yellow one, but apparently he's not coming back to the air this year. Perhaps I'll bring him on so he can give us more details and I can piggyback off of him and act like I'm really in the conversation like so many others do. But I will do some shit like that to give you a more detailed balance when we get a little further in the series. I'll holler at homie and see if that's possible. I mean, if it's possible today, maybe. We'll see, because this is an easy platform to do it on. So if he has a moment, that would be the only way I do it. I have to have a correspondent that can fill in the blanks for me on all of the things that I'm not aware of. And I actually trust Tyrone to be very detailed, vigilant, and passionate about round ball, about his beloved game of basketball. And I love the game as well, but I haven't been watching to give you an articulate and accurate description and representation of what's going on in the world of the NBA.
I don't know how to do none of that shit. I don't know how to do none of that shit. I don't know how to do none of that shit.
This is what I will say. Without watching the 4-Letter Network and whatnot, I can, I'll just say this. Social media, the internet, you see this, you see it on the Score. I'll go there sometimes to see which way the wind is blowing as far as articles. That's usually where I get bullshit stories from, because most of what they print is bullshit. It's just not about basketball. It's always around. It's not about the sport. It's usually about some type of dumbass agenda. With all of that being said, in the midst of, basketball, that game one, that comeback, enjoying the playoffs. They lost game 2, but before that, after that game 1 comeback, just for me, I saw a narrative about, and this is what annoys me about the mainstream media, and I believe that's where it derives from, because those type of conversations derive from there, and people take it and roll with it and tell you it's their original thought. But when I watch a game like that, I'm probably going to be looking to analyze what happened, how the comeback occurred, especially if it was on the up and up and the team started either playing bad basketball or the other team got hot. They continue to take bad shots and or play tough defense, bad coaching, bad strategy. There are so many things that could happen. And I love to hear about that. But instead, it always gets broken down and reduced to a very intellectually insulting statement like Halliburton is not saying he's Mr. Clutch, but when you get into all time and all of this not GOAT talk, but always taking it too far instead of being in the moment and talking about what the fuck is going on. I know he's made some clutch ass shots, but one game, it's the finals. There's going to be a back and forth. Oklahoma City had a lead, which means they're probably going to get another lead in another game. But I would have loved to have heard about the breakdown of what actually happened in the comeback, but they always simplify shit to a fucking moment. And the game is so much more than that. But I saw a narrative about being clutch in an all-time fashion, or I'm paraphrasing. And I just saw and thought to myself, when you come away from that game, that's just not what I come away with. Let's get into an all-time conversation it's premature. It's unnecessary. And again, if you take the time to talk about what actually happened in the game, you'd probably be too busy to get into an all-time conversation. He made a great shot, but I'd imagine that team as a whole played pretty well to come back from that substantial deficit and win that game in Oklahoma City. I just hate the fact that the mainstream dumbs down the narrative because they don't really speak about the game because they don't know it, or they're just trying to get quick clicks, and you get better clicks with things like that. As opposed to just, I think it would be very exciting to talk about how the fuck they came back and won that game. But, I'm annoyed when good sports moments happen or things happen in sports, and instead of really talking about the game and all the great things that happen within the game, it always turns into an all-time conversation. Like, instead of talking about LeBron and what he was doing because he wasn't in trouble, because there wasn't really anything to criticize, over and over again, that stupid-ass LeBron and Jordan comparison. I'll liken it to that. No offense to anybody, but very simple-minded, easy. I'm not very creative. I have no thoughts of my own. Let me regurgitate to this. I don't like when you have to reach for something that's make-believe to find a way to criticize somebody. It's goofy as hell, and it happens so many times. He played a great game. He ain't better than Jordan. Like, God damn. I don't know. If you're an actual fan of the sport, that seems so damn simple-minded to me. But that's just me. I'm boring. I'd rather just talk about the game. I'm not looking for some big-ass headline to try to grab attention. The shit's goofy as hell. But I liken it to that. I just wish there was more detail about the actual game as opposed to always, is this the greatest game ever? Is this the most clutch moment ever? Is he one of the most clutch players of all? It's always that extra shit. Relax. To quote Jay Valentine, relax. Relax. Watch the game. You can worry about all that shit later when he's done putting in work. He's been playing for a while, but he's got a while to go. Shit's goofy and lazy to me, and it robs and really more importantly, you're robbing me of the commentary about the game. That happens in all sports, but I just and I know it isn't all that, but to come away from that moment, breaking it down to the most simple sugar ass motherfucking statement, that is just the most simple thing to go to with everything that happened in that game. I mean, there are just too many twists and turns and too many things that had to happen for that. There was great basketball played, bad basketball played, and or a combination of both for that to occur. And for the morons like me that didn't stay and watch the game like they were supposed to, I would have liked to have heard about that on the surface level as opposed to having to really dig to find that out. And again, I don't watch mainstream, so maybe they did do that. Who knows? I'm sure they got into it somewhat. But I just wish that was the narrative. It would be a more intelligent narrative. It would mean you actually probably watched the game. You can actually tell me what the fuck happened. But it always turns into an all-time. They do that shit every fucking time. And for me, I always... I believe that's because they're lazy or unskilled. But I do believe the media is lazy and or unskilled. So they always go for the low-hanging fruit, the most... they pretty much say fuck the real fans, and they're trying to get that fringe motherfucker that needs goofy shit. Like the game isn't enough. They need some kind of narrative. But you know, it is what it is. But nothing on the X's and O's. If I can get the yellow one on, if I can get Light Skywalker on, if I can get the Golden Child as an adult on the air, then I will get into that. But outside of that,
hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
when it comes to round ball talk upon today. So again, to some degree, on some level, I do apologize because it is the NBA Finals, and I'm talking pigskin. But if you know me, that's not different. You know, it's it's almost on you. You pretty much know what I'm gonna do. Just clarifying. But again, when you don't detail the game and you go with the simple headlines, to me,
you're robbing us, you son of a bitch. You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
Let me do quick intros, and then I'm going to jump right into the subject matter and the reason for the title, Relapse. And I'm going to get into some moves in the NFL, a lot of things in the NFL today. One in particular that caught my eye, and I just want to get some thoughts on that as far as what I think, as far as the details surrounding it. First man aboard the train also today. Well, let me just give you the format now. On today's show, I have some football moves and trades and things that have occurred in the NFL. Maybe one or two college thoughts. Some thoughts. A couple of observations about the NFL schedule. And, of course, we have the Cow Awards that have been on layaway. My apologies to the great slugger who I believe sent in all three. And I will read said infuriating Cow Awards at the conclusion of these NFL thoughts. Let me go ahead and introduce everybody that's come aboard thus far, and then I'll jump right into it. We got the aforementioned Sluggo, the motherfucking ham on the train. What's going on, sir? We have the aforementioned Light Skywalker on the train. Thank you for coming aboard, Light Skywalker. I truly appreciate it. 1 second. Let me adjust the phone. No wonder. That light wasn't on. One, I couldn't see a damn thing. There we go. Light Skywalker comes aboard saying, Radial Tire, finally, he is back. Radial Tire.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Radial Tire.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Stand down, Terrence Trent Darby. Stand down, Terrence Trent Darby. Hey, Wishing Well was a smash on the low, though. Fire ass song, dog. And sorry that you lost your hair and you had to cut off your locks and shit, but fire ass song. That Wishing Well was fire. People slipping on that. Kiss and tell.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Sarge from a Soldier Story and they're talking shit. Stand down. Radial Tire. Motherfucker. ABM said, Lou, we're used to your bullshit. Layaway cows. Double-digit makeup shows, man. I don't do that on a regular basis, sir. You're not about to label me with being habitual with that behavior. Things happen. Tad bit busy.
You're a devil.
But let's not give the impression that this is a regular occurrence, sir. Sluggo said wrestling match, Charlie horses and all. Yeah. If you don't stretch daily and or every other day at least, and get in the proper liquids and your proper vitamins, and at this point, probably maybe a vitamin supplement, a little vitamin, multivitamin or something at this point in your life, depending on your diet. Fair to say, the motherfucker might be on some multivitamins. You're gonna need these things. Without that improper diet, one may catch a Charlie horse. Lack of sleep, one may catch a Charlie horse. Hey, but be honest, do you ever you just find a way to work through that motherfucker? Hey, well, you know what? I want to ask that. Maybe I will. Just out of curiosity, has anybody ever caught a Charlie horse and you weren't able to play it off? And or you're in a position where, it's established what you got going on. So if you caught one, it is what it is. But did you pretty much just find a way to play that off just through sheer will? Or have you ever had one like jump on you and you actually, had a moment while being in the moment? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, improper diet might get you. Hell, your diet might be right and it could happen, but hydration is key, sir. Hydration is key. So like I said, the Pacers seem to be comeback. Go back. The Pacers seem to be the comeback kids, but not last night. I checked out at halftime. Yeah, Oklahoma City was they were shooting the ball well during the limited time when I checked in. I didn't watch the entire game, so. And I know that's what most people do, but to actually watch a game means you sit down and watch it. I was watching quarters. I saw like the third quarter and about half the fourth, and I said, all right, I'm good. After about the second or third three-pointer they made off the third or fourth Indiana defensive, the third or fourth stop of Indiana's offense and or turnover, I was like, it's time to watch a movie or a TV series or some other shit. But yeah. Sluggo said, I see that loudmouth immigrant and funky doghead bitch on the halftime show. That's a hard pass. I do not know who. You're gonna have to inform me. I'm not in the loop. I'm not in the loop as far as the halftime show, who has been incorporated. I actually don't know. But make me aware, sir. I'm still not. I guess when you have the right people, like Michael Jackson, Prince, you got me with those. There's somebody else I'm leaving out. Michael Jackson, Prince, Usher, obviously, Kendrick, the Snoop and Dre thing. I watched that. I'm leaving out, I think, another R&B person or something. But outside of when they started doing those, halftime was never something I was concerned with. It was a time to fix your plate, step out to the garage or outside, or maybe to stay where you at. But it was a time to move around and do things until the game came back on. But they've done a pretty good job of bringing some entertainers that I'm interested in. I'm leaving out somebody. There was Prince, Mike. There was somebody else in that era that I actually. Oh, Janet Jackson. I did watch Janet. Janet might have been the one I was thinking about, but at any rate, that's never been a big thing for me. But I'll check out and see what it is that you're referring to, sir. Sluggo said, I think the Pacers led for less than a minute, but don't quote me on that. That's rough. That's a little rough. But again, they've stolen one. Hate to do the bullshit cliche, but technically speaking, they have stolen the game. And they're headed to the crib. I think it's time to go to Indiana now. What is it now? Is it a 2-2-1? What is it? 2-2-1-1-1 now? Is that how they do it? I know it used to be 2-3-2 or some goofy shit like that. That never really made sense. I think it's I'm trying to remember, but I think that's the format now. Sluggo said, I remember seeing that a fella by the name of Halliburton was picked as most overrated by his peers. I thought he was a pure colonizer. Go back. I remember seeing that fella by the name of Halliburton was picked as being the most overrated person by his peers. I thought it was a pure colonizer they were talking about. I had no idea it was a mulatto fella. He seems to be a big shot maker, but I barely watch. So what do I know? And again, we're the victim of moments. We're the victim of moments if you're not versed. If you're not versed, then you might not be aware. And I'm definitely not versed. Haven't been watching enough to not speak on it intelligently. I could fake break and all of that, but man, I have no idea. Unfortunately. I'm going to do a better job. Now, what I will say is that I probably will watch a lot of the finals from here on out. ABM said, yep, Sluggo, in game one, their only lead was the game winner. Damn, so they didn't have the lead until that last shot was made? That's some wild. That's a hell of a way to lose. And a good way for OKC to come back. And I'm gonna have to get an elaboration on this, but Sluggo said, I see that loudmouth immigrant and
goes back to the
funky dog head, bitch. Funky dog head, bitch. Funky dog head, bitch.
Is on the halftime show. That's a hard pass. If you're saying that, this is probably somebody who I'd agree on as far as how you're describing them. Sluggo said, wow, ABM, I was watching it on the smaller TV while watching football as the main event. Here this motherfucker goes with this damn football, as we call it, soccer.
Hell no. Hell no.
Do you think, sir? Do you think? Sluggo said, let him sing it, Nick. You're funny, sir. ABM said, hair. Didn't you lose your hair at 11, motherfucker? Let's both grow out our hair for 6 months and see the results. $11 is rough, sir. I did not lose my hair at 11, but I did lose a significant enough amount of hair. I lost enough hair, a significant enough amount of hair before 30. I cut it off before 30. The loss was significant enough to where I couldn't continue to justify getting a haircut as if my hair was viable. I couldn't justify it. So did I go bald-headed before the age of 30? Yes. Was I 11? No. 11.
Sick help. Sick help.
11?
What the hell did you just say?
ABM said, I just added stretching to the end of my workouts. It's a critical component now. Oh, facts. 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 As a matter of fact, it's such a fact. It's such a fact. Let me make sure as me and this platform are still trying to get along. But facts, sir. Facts on that. Yeah, facts on that, sir. Facts on that. Honestly, man, a lot of the just little thing, you can mess around and make the wrong move and pull some and get a little fun, little jerk in your back, a little feeling in your side. All of that shit is motion is the lotion, dog. All of that shit is not stretching. All that shit is not doing some jump roping or some jumping jacks and moving your body. You just can't go through every fucking day not working your muscles and shit. Something's going to go wrong. That's all it is. I promise you. Just stretch. Just stretch. Mix in the way you're doing some things with your body. You know, do some push-ups and just do some things where you're working all your muscles. But if nothing else, just stretch every day. That'll prevent a lot of I bent over and my back got tight and all that goofy shit. It's just a matter of a lack of motion. That's all. Stretching is very necessary. Especially if you, I mean, really at any age, you're over 40, nigga, you need to stretch. You need to stretch, you're over 40. I promise you do. Should have felt a lot better. Sluggo, you right, but you didn't have to say that. I know I need to let him sing it, but let me have my moment.
Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell.
Sluggo said, no, sir, can't play that. No, sir, can't play that off. I'm like, wait a minute, mama. You can't play off the chart. Man, I played off about 2 or 3 of them bad boys. Just kind of lean to the side, let that leg recover a little bit. And most of the time, just for the sake of pride, that motherfucker recover. And afterwards, go grab some damn Gatorade. I don't think I've ever gotten one that was so bad that I had to go ahead and admit something was wrong. Now, hey, I think I was a teenager one time and I caught the Charlie horse when I was on the phone with a broad. And that motherfucker jumped out of nowhere. But I used to catch a fucking cramp all the time back then. Like damn near after every football game. Definitely a lack of potassium on my part. But yeah, I needed a diet adjustment. But yeah, our pregame meal was damn. That freshman year, the pregame meal was Burger King. That we wasn't on some luxurious shit. That probably wasn't the best thing either. Probably should have mixed in a banana, but I digress. Never in the act, though. Never in the act. ABM said, OKC adjusted by playing their bigs, guarding the threes better, and winning the rebound battle. Thank you for that, sir.
God damn anybody who doesn't glorify and at work.
How about that? Basketball. How about that? Basketball.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
Oh, Sluggo said screaming A and Malika Andrews, sir. Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha, sir. ABM said, I'm going Nas' first 2 albums for Wednesday, game 3. Again.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
To every announcer of every game from here until the end of eternity, as far as I'm concerned, speaking for me.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
I'm good.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Man, I never listened to the game.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
I'm too busy couch coaching and criticizing whatever play they just ran. I don't need those people drowning out my thoughts. I'm good. Not to mention they're talking bullshit half the time. If you listen, unfortunately, what you'll find out is this is where all of those dumbass narratives come from I'm going to hear tomorrow. It's a damn shame. Grown-ass man with hiccups. Just some bullshit. My apologies for that. Had to remedy that. All right, let's get back to the chat. Okay, Sluggo confirming 22111. All right, just making sure. ABM said the 4-letter BSPN does the worst job. Their coverage and build-up for these NBA finals is like a regular season game in December. That's terrible. That's terrible. But again, that's probably why I feel the way that I feel.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Half the time when I'm listening, you know what I always think to myself?
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
Not even talking about the damn game. ABM said it used to be 232 because of the travel. It is now 22111. Okay, I remember the 232. And they did something else that was kind of goofy for a minute. I think they, at any rate. But yeah, I remember 232 for a while. Because honestly, if you could steal a game, now you're going to play 3 games at home. I mean, you know, technically speaking. But ABM said Halliburton is solid, but his overrated tag, as voted by his peers, comes from the go back. Okay, I got you. Halliburton is solid, but his overrated tag, as voted by his peers, comes from the fact that there are a lot more talented and skilled players than him. He is a good player, though. I don't agree he is the most overrated. Okay, I got you. So talent-wise, and again, there's a difference. So there are people with more talent and skills. And maybe he just finds a way to execute and or he's in a position to display his talent. But I got you, sir. ABM says, Sluggo, I don't know how to stay awake watching soccer. That's NyQuil to me. Yeah, that's not I don't find it visually appeasing. That's not something I'm going to get excited about. I will admit I understand the popularity and that it is popular, and I'm in the minority as far as how the world feels about quote unquote football. Hell, when we were doing the I don't know what they officially call it now, but we were doing the Little Stews weekend this past one. And we were at that hotel that was very nice aesthetically, but the food wasn't worth a damn per Sluggo the Hammer and everybody else that ate there. Not talking about the prices, I'm talking about the quality of the food. A lot of people overcharge, but they actually overcharged and had low quality food. Really? Really?
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
That's wrong on a multitude of levels. A multitude of levels.
So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Not a big soccer guy. ABM said, does the hairline loss run in the family amongst males? Question mark. Somehow I don't feel this is a completely legit question, but sir, yes, on both sides. Nobody's really retaining their hair if I'm talking about close up in our gene pool. So now, if I get off in to other areas, I got little cousins that seem to have all their hair. But if I'm talking about, you know, my immediate lines, looking at all the males, there's one that still has his hair. I can think of, let's see, one. Uncle Damon still got his. Maybe one on the other side. Let me make sure. That side, yeah. On the side. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I'm just trying to think of anybody that has maintained their hair and or their edge or hairline like Sluggo has, and I can't think of anybody. So for the most part, yeah. I got that honestly. Because I started out with what my family and what me and my cousins call the Calhoun forehead, which is significant. So I started out with the Calhoun forehead. So I started out, you know, behind the proverbial cue ball, as they say. So I kind of started out, you know, at a deficit to a degree. I had to climb my way out of the hole and try to maintain. But once I started losing, it was going to be very noticeable. I know a lot of people lose their original hairline and get back to where my original hairline started. Like they lose their original and they go back to my, like when they lose their original, they're faded, like their peel back is where my hairline started. So yeah, it's a whole different ball game for me in that regard, sir. And again, the irony, as I've said many times on air, is I just started to get some damn waves. And as soon as I got used to and comfortable with my waves, my hairline started peeling back like an old school vinyl cover on that 4-door. What car was that? That vinyl top that always fell off. You know what I'm saying? You saw that bit sagging and people riding on the street if they didn't have the ingenuity to staple it or glue it or get it back up there. But that bullshit vinyl that always used to peel off that old school car, my hair peeled back like that. Like it was no stopping it. Very sad. It does, ABM. It does. Snuggle said, hair results challenge. Let's fucking go. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped right over that. ABM said, let's grow our hair out for 6 months. ABM, I'm sorry. ABM.
I hate niggas, bro.
I'll be sure.
I hate niggas, bro.
Orange Juice Jones. Sir, even though nobody wants to hear this, I will walk down the street in my birthday suit before I let my fucking hair grow out 6 months. I will literally stand out. I will stand outside in all of my glory before I let my hair grow out 6 months and let the world see that shit. Especially considering I don't wear hats. Unless it's wintertime and I can wear like a little Scully, I don't wear hats. The only hat I feel comfortable working in is a bucket hat. I'm not going to wear that shit all the time. I don't wear hats, so I can't even cover this bullshit up. Man, no. Hey, listen, when Sluggo, when the camera accidentally came on in that one show and Sluggo said Ninja rocking the George Jefferson. Oh, Sluggo, by the way. Sluggo said Ninja rocking the George Jefferson.
Motherfucker.
That was only me missing like 1 day of shaving. That's me like not shaving my bald head 1 day. And maybe for some reason I got lazy and that was 2 days worth of growth, which should never happen. But yeah, at this point, I literally shave my head with a razor at this point. I found that to be the most effective thing I can do. It gets closer than the clippers. The clipper thing is ridiculous at this point. It grows back so fast. And I still have to shave it every morning. That's honestly, that's the most annoying thing about losing your hair is that a bald head is very tedious and more high maintenance than you would believe. Not as high maintenance as an old school fade, especially if you got your name or something in it. But a bald head is more high maintenance than one would believe. It's still quick and efficient, especially when you got it on a regular basis. It doesn't take long, but it's a tad bit more tedious than I first anticipated when I cut off what was left of my hair. When I finally realized how tedious a bald head was, because you have to go back to the barbershop a lot if you have a bald head. So, of course, eventually, I had to stop going to the barbershop. I still used to let them go tighten up my little, trim up my little beard and all that shit, but not like I had much of one back then. But you can't go to I wasn't about to go to the barbershop every 2 days and get my hair balded again. So, eventually, that was it for the barbershop. I didn't realize when I cut that shit off that was it. I didn't realize that once I did that shit, that was Christmas. How long I wasn't going to come back to the barbershop anymore. I missed the shop. I used to keep going just to go in there and talk to everybody, but just didn't have any hair at all, for that's all. I buy other stuff. They sell other things besides cut hair. So that's the way I would patronize. I didn't have anything for them to cut, unfortunately. Yeah, but ABM, that would be a hard pass. Hard pass.
Motherfucker.
I wouldn't go out in public if my shit grew up for a week. 6 months? Man, do you know how absolutely crazy I would look in 6 months? 6 months? No. What about the beard and all of that? Can we keep our beard and all that shit tight, but we gotta let our hair keep growing? Because if I let that grow as well, nigga, I will look homeless. I can't do that shit. I'll look unemployed. AB said, Sluggo, Nick will be out here looking like Carly from Atlanta.
That motherfucker must have lost his goddamn mind.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
ABM says, Sluggo, Nick will be out here looking like Carly in A Time to Kill. Hey, what's fucked up? Yeah, that's about how I would look too. Honestly, that is how I would look. Boy, that would be bad. That would be bad. I couldn't do that, sir. I could not do that. The world wouldn't want me to do that. Sluggo said, gotcha, ABM. I may be going too far, but it seems like Halliburton and the sharpshooter for the Pacers would be great additions to the Olympic team. Okay. ABM said 222 pounds, 8 months under. Let me see. He said 222 pounds, 8 months under 225. Jesus guided me. Hey, sir, if you just believe in him.
I'm God. Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
If you just believe in him.
Their God is wrong. Their God is wrong. Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
God is good.
The devil is not welcome here.
That's why I know there's a God.
Well, that means didn't he did?
Yeah.
When hasn't he ever? Didn't he did? Did he not do it?
I apologize. But congrats, ABM. Congrats, ABM. Yeah, I noticed ABM, he definitely changed his diet and slacked off. And I believe he said he's going to bulk up after he gets the weight where he wants it. So part of the workout. ABM said Nick was dehydrated from that salty, pale, longback fish he was dipping in. Y'all got to stop with these lies, sir.
The devil is not welcome here.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. False. Disrespectful. Unacceptable. Blasphemous.
That's a lie. That's a goddamn lie.
ABM said if TNT was doing game one, I would listen. But BSPN is absolutely awful. ABM also said Sluggo. Halliburton was on the Olympic team last year. Halliburton was on the Olympic team. I believe he meant to say last year. He was a designated guy that got no time. Naismith doesn't have the brand name. Naismith doesn't have the brand name recognition, so he won't get a look. But he would be good, and he can shoot and play defense and would know his role. Okay, so he's good enough to be on the team, but not popular enough. Interesting. And since I stuttered over that, let me read it again. Sluggo, ABM was telling Sluggo, Halliburton was on the Olympic team last year. He was designated the guy that got no time. Naismith doesn't have the brand name recognition, so he won't get the look. But he can shoot and play defense, and he would know his role. Last summer, I got you, sir. He was on the Olympic team last summer. I got you. Didn't see the correction. ABM said, okay, because the man on my mom's side got the sunroof right at the top of their head. Oh, the men on your mom's side got the sunroof right on the top of their head. Yeah, everybody, it's not just me. I'm not singled out. Just about everybody has lost their follicles. My brother, my uncles, except for one. Well, you know what? Is Uncle Ronnie bald by choice, or did he lose his hair? I'm about to check. Uncle Damon and Ronnie both might have their hair, to be honest. My Uncle Damon still got his hair. My other uncle might have his, and he might be bald by choice, or he might have grew it back out. But everybody else, I believe we're rocking the baldy. Well, wait a minute. Actually, thinking about it, I got some cousins, definitely a direct cousin, a first cousin. If I'm not mistaken, that ninja still got his hair. So I guess it kind of depends, but mostly everybody, yeah. Mostly everybody. But thinking about it now, there are a couple of people that got their hair, but they're in the minority. Sluggo said, laughing about soccer. I continue to say I was the biggest basher of said soccer, but after researching enough to know who I was watching, I've come to really enjoy it. But I still don't watch U.S. soccer unless it's the women's team. Our men are the G League, our men are on the G League level in comparison to the rest of the world. Sluggo's all into it. I hear you, sir. I hear you. Hey, and look, if you like it, I love it. If you enjoy it, do your thing. Sluggo laughing at hashtag sunroof from ABM. Yeah, it's hereditary in a lot of ways, but yeah, nobody's really holding on to their hair the more I think about it. Hey, man, that's not funny, sir. ABM said, you started out with a handicap, got treatment, and a new handicap emerged. Oh, I didn't get treatment. I just finally cut my fade off. Like, I held on to my fade for a very, very, very long time. I graduated high school with my fade. So let's go back and think. I graduated in 95. So when I graduated in 95, I still had my fade. I didn't cut my fade off after high school. I was one of the last Mohicans. I was holding on to that bad boy. I held on to my fade. Honestly, I didn't remember what my head was shaped like because it had been so long since I had a low cut. I had that fade since middle school. We got fades in middle school. I kept it throughout high school. I honestly forgot what my hair would look like, so I wasn't in a hurry to cut my shit down for real. I kept that fade for a long time. That's the reason why it took me so long to get waves, dude. I started out with a handicap, got treatment, and a new handicap emerged. I didn't get treatment, but when I cut off my fade and I went with the low fade, it looked crazy at first. I regretted it. But apologies. But after not a wave cap, but a stocking cap, after stocking caps and brushing and wave grease, I looked up one day and I had some waves and I said, get the fuck out of here. You got to understand the struggle I had with my hair. The problem, it just was, at any rate, I'll keep on, but I couldn't believe it. I had, man, maybe, I don't know, man. I don't even think I got to enjoy them waves for 5 years, man. I might have had 3 good years before my hairline was like, my hairline started doing the moonwalk like a motherfucker. I might have I think I got to enjoy those waves for about 3 years, dude, maybe. Sluggo said, no toboggan. That's the only type of hat I can wear, but it's summertime. Sluggo said, those waves said, oh, hell no. ABM said, Sluggo, facts. My shot grows everywhere but there. Got to keep it shaved close. He said, I got to keep it shaved close or rock my hats. ABM said, Nick, death is not an option. Booty face for 6 months or grow your hair out for 6 months. Death is not an option. Booty face for 6 months or grow your hair out for 6 months. Oh, my God. Man, I don't want to do either one of those. If I still had hair, I would grow it out, but booty face? And look, okay, listen. It first and foremost, it took a long time for me to grow any type of mustache or goatee. Long time, like mid-20s. I was well into my 20s before I had anything I could actually call or pretend like it was a goatee. At least damn near mid-20s. But I was in my 20s before I even grew this. And I remember early on, they always say, if you shave it, it'll grow back faster. To a degree, that's true, but that's not immediate. It takes a while. And you actually have to have some hair to shave. So it's true, but by the time that's true, you don't need to do it. But I had like just a very small shadow. Like, it was really nothing there. So I shaved it off with the theory that it will grow back quicker. And I looked so, even though I barely had anything, it was really more of a shadow. But I cut that little bit of shadow off, I look crazy as hell. But walk around booty face as a grown-ass man, and because my hair grows so slow, it took forever for that shit to grow back. But dog, I couldn't booty face or grow back. God, oh my God. Those are horrible choices, sir. It must be your Jewish side coming up with that question.
That motherfucker must have lost his goddamn mind.
I tell you what, you can either go booty face or grow your hair out for 6 months. That's your Jewish side on that bullshit. That's a terrible request.
You must be on something.
Man, I'm not doing either one of those. That's between the two. Half a year booty face? Oh my God. I can't justify that. I can't justify that. But letting this hair grow out. If I had no choice, I would let my hair grow out and I would wear hats, which I hate to wear. But I'd probably get like some brims or something like that. I wear those type of hats because I don't really care for baseball hats. But I'd have to rock a couple of them just for GP. I get some Kangos and shit like that. I found some hats that work for me, like when I'm out and doing shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'd have to start wearing hats, even though hats don't agree with me. And I wouldn't have to worry about my hair growing out so much that it'd be hard to get my hat over it because it's not going to do that. But it would be terrible to see how much hair I don't have, to see all of that hair that won't go away. That's the cruel thing about having a baldy is that your hair leaves, but now it grows back so fast. And because I keep a bald head, I don't necessarily notice when other hair leaves. And I know I'm going on a rant, and I apologize. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. But, like, I have more hair that is left. Like, I got a little sunroof now. Like, it's slick as hell up here in the middle. It wasn't like that before. In the very back, that back half of my head in the very back, all that shit gone. Don't even need a razor right there. That shit doesn't grow. So I've started to lose hair in more spots. Those corners have peeled back a little bit more. And as ABM said, I now have a little sunroof. Like an inadequate sunroof, like if this is the sunroof of your car, you would be mad at the company. You would say, motherfucker, you could have just left this alone and gave me a full hood because the sunroof is inadequate. That's what I have right now. But you already know it's going to open up. Eventually, it's going to be as big as those damn SUV sunroofs. I can't go booty face, bro. For a multitude of reasons. I don't like the look. I don't like what it insinuates. You could attract the wrong element. I mean, it is what it is.
Motherfucker.
I can't go booty face. It'll have to be, I have to grow my hair for 6 months. God, that would be terrible. I would look so crazy. And look, the other thing about it is, and I don't believe in nappy hair. That is a European concept. But my hair is definitely rambunctious. It's definitely, my hair is very independent. It's very independent. Every follicle is independent. Don't work as a team at all. Very selfish follicles. Yeah, buddy. ABM, that's a terrible, your Jewish side came up with that. I apologize. That is such a horrible thing for me to contemplate. 6 months, okay, ABM, you answer the same question. If you had to do one or the other, 6 months booty face or 6 months letting your hair grow out? That is a terrible question. Sluggo said, George Jefferson was my first thought, sir. I definitely have a screenshot. A sin picture! Oh, I have no friends. A screenshot?
Motherfucker.
I thought we were pals. I thought we were cool.
I hate niggas, bro.
ABM said, Nick's camera said, oh shit. ABM said, Nick's camera said, oh shit, when it came on and saw his hair. It was unexpected. It wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. ABM said, even Nick's camera said, oh, okay. Even Nick's camera said, oh shit, when it came on and saw his hair. Hey, look, I looked up and because the show had seemingly dropped, and when I came back to it, it was still going. And for some reason, my camera was live. ABM says, Sluggo, put it on a t-shirt. Oh, boy. Y'all ain't shit. Put it on a t-shirt.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Sluggo laughed and said, I can't see. ABM said the U.S. Olympic basketball is very political. Jaylen Brown didn't make it because he is not with one of the giant shoe brands. I got you, sir. I also heard he spoke truth about something, and that didn't help either. I got you, sir. ABM said, God gaveth Nick waves and abruptly taketh them away, like he did Samson's strength. Yeah, definitely, sir. Definitely. I had waves for a hot second. ABM said I would let my hair grow without question. Okay. Yeah, I can't be booty face for 6 months because how can I explain that? How can I explain purposely choosing to be clean shaven? I'm not, dude. At any rate, let's get into the title of the show. Title of today's show is Relapse. And I'm speaking about certain NFL teams relapsing into what I feel is detrimental behavior concerning their personnel and personnel decisions. And let's go ahead and start. Well, let's remember this too. As you all know, I'm an NFL junkie. I'm a football junkie. I love the game of football. So for that reason, that's interesting. I remember before that actually moved with colors. So did that. Did something happen to, you know what, I'm not going to fool with that right now. I'll leave that alone. And this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. One quick second. We're about to get into the title of today's show, Relapse. And I'm just speaking about teams that seem to relapse in a certain behavior. Now, the Steelers, when they first picked up Justin Fields, acquired Justin Fields, then they brought in Russell Wilson. I said to myself, finally, they've addressed the quarterback position and they've stopped this obsessive habit of trying to find a certain look for their quarterback. I said, finally, they understand if they get a real quarterback, their team can go places and do things. Finally.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
They seemingly were off of that narcotic, but then they relapsed. They did not offer Justin Fields a contract that showed that they actually wanted him. They allowed Russell Wilson to leave. They brought in Mason Rudolph.
You rotten bugs! You're all garbage! All of you!
You finally kicked that addictive habit. You got off that girl. You finally got off of that white. Pittsburgh had finally got off of that white, and then they relapsed. They had found a healthy replacement, and they relapsed once again. In the sense of, and I spoke about this, but personally, and these are somewhat early thoughts on football, but extremely disappointed that these are the choices of Mike Tomlin. I have to say that at this point, this is what he wants. And I don't understand it. They finally were, this is what I saw in their future. They had Justin Fields. They picked up DK Metcalf. At the time, Pickens was still in the lineup. Well, along with the other receiver last year that's shown he was a good two. So you had DK, Pickens, a guy that showed you he was a good two, and now is going to be a three. Pickens and Metcalf, 1A, 1B, but you can call one of them a two. You have a very good lineup, and with Justin Fields, that would have been electric. The only question mark was Arthur Smith, and we'll get into that as well. You were set up You were set up to be everything that you needed to be. You were set up for the future from an offensive standpoint. You were already set up defensively. You've always been a tough defensive team. You concentrate on that side of the ball. You have good personnel, but you had managed to put together good offensive personnel. And the only thing you had to do was pull the trigger on your quarterback. And for some reason, you let not only Justin Fields go, but not only Russell Wilson go, but you gave Justin Fields a bullshit we really don't want you offer. You know what you're doing to the fans and people that were watching that team and hoping for the best?
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
I could see the future, and it was looking very nice. There was a very nice future in Pittsburgh. Not saying that there still isn't to some degree, but Pittsburgh was in a position to do some special shit, to do some things that were going to be worth watching, to do some things that had the potential to be very interesting and very impactful. And you seemingly threw it away. You relapse back to going after a certain look for a quarterback. Justin Fields right there. You could keep Russell Wilson as a backup if you want. Fields right there. Team likes him. He's produced on the field. He showed you what he could do when you gave him a chance. You sabotage the team by putting in Wilson. I don't have a problem with Wilson, but at this point, Fields is the better option because he has everything, the total package, a stronger arm at this point in his career. It's not like Russell Wilson can't throw the ball. And this is not a knock on Russell Wilson, but Fields had done enough to gain a starting job. He's never been given the keys, and then he's never been given the keys to a properly running vehicle. When he was given the keys, the vehicle had needed a tune-up. The timing belt was there was everything. There were so many things wrong with the car. And even when he started to play well and he adjusted with the bullshit they were doing in Chicago, they stopped letting him throw the ball when for a 3-game stretch he had better numbers than anybody in the NFL. Slow down. He had better numbers than anybody in the NFL, and their response to that was, let's take the ball out of his hands. We don't want any more of that shit. So he's never really been given the keys and allowed to fucking drive. Even in Pittsburgh, it was the same thing when they took it away from him. And in certain games with some of the play calling from Arthur Smith, who did better than I thought he would do. But he's still Arthur Smith. You were in a position with Fields, Pickens, Metcalf, the receiving core you had. Good tight ends. Even using the big tight end from Georgia. Washington, that should have been getting used more. Everything was right there. Things were set up to be right there. And you got back on that white.
That's got me, man. I don't got no control over it, man. I try to kick, man. That shit just be calling me, man. Be calling me, man. I just gotta go to it. Need help, man.
It was very disappointing. To compound this, they trade away Pickens, and I think something could have been worked out to at least keep him for a year and see what you had with this combination. Hell of a combination is something to not have the urgency to keep that type of player, I found disappointing. I think it's good for him. I think he's going to go somewhere where he's going to be used. Maybe he didn't want to be an Arthur Smith offense. Maybe he didn't understand the Mason Rudolph thing. I sure didn't. Maybe he didn't understand why you didn't keep Justin Fields. So you get rid of Pickens. You don't keep Fields. You don't keep Wilson. You bring in Mason Rudolph, and now you sign elderly Aaron Rodgers. You just can't get off that white.
That shit, man, it's got me, man. I don't got no control over it, man. I try to kick, man. That shit just be calling me, man. Be calling me, man. I just gotta go to it. Need help, man.
Very disappointing to see. Very disappointing to see. So you have a few aspects. I think they were set up to do great things, and they seemingly chose to withdraw from that. You were healthy. You were vibrant. Skin was clearing up. You got your teeth fixed. Your eyes were no longer bloodshot. Your nails were clean. You actually bathed on a regular basis. And now you're back to those junky-ass habits. Very, very, very disappointed in the Pittsburgh Steelers and what they've done in the offseason.
Hell no.
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
Very disappointed. Pittsburgh.
You rotten bums! You're all garbage! All of you!
Now, speaking on Aaron Rodgers shit, it's very annoying to me, the goofy-ass conversation I'm hearing all casually. The first thing you need to talk about is why in the fuck did you not keep Justin Fields? Are you out of your goddamn mind? That was incredibly fucking stupid. Incredibly fucking stupid, and it's not going to get talked about with the reverence and passion that it deserves. That was a dumbass move. You had your franchise quarterback. You were set up offensively as well as defensively, and you chose to withdraw from that shit. What the hell was that?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So instead, you wait around for an elderly Aaron Rodgers to eventually tell you, I guess I'll play for you?
Come on, man. That's a brittle spirit. That is a brittle ass spirit.
Hang in there, Whites.
Oh my God. Mike Tomlin's decision-making on that side of the ball is horrendous at times and has been horrendous throughout the years. There have been several occasions and several quarterbacks that could have been drafted and picked up by them and quarterbacks that could have been picked up in free agency, and rarely have they made that move, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Pittsburgh has chosen to cripple themselves on the offensive end. Now, the issue is that, secondly, you still haven't addressed the quarterback of the future. You had opportunities to pick one up in the draft. You didn't do it. You had opportunities to pick up more viable free agents. You did not do it. Milton was right. There were so many there were free agents that have actually done work. Winston was available. There was no reason to wait on a 40-year-old white man. I don't care how great he was when he was in his prime. Can he still throw the ball? Yes. Can he be productive? Yes. It's not really about that. The difference is, if he's protected, which he probably will be, there won't be as many holes called. When that long pass is thrown down the field, you won't get the magical 5-second late holding penalty or offensive pass interference to take the play away. That seemed to happen so many times last year, especially when Justin Fields was in the game. That's going to be a big difference. But as a team and as an organization, that was fucking stupid, and they're not being so down. And there's really not criticism for it because they brought in Mason Rudolph, who has a look, and they brought in Aaron Rodgers, who they love. Elderly white men are highly valued as they try to throw away ninjas in their prime that have never been given a car that runs properly. They've been trying to throw Winston away for years. He's reduced to a backup. 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers still playing. The shit's dumb as hell. I just think it's purposely done, but understand that, along with all the jokes about Winston, do you know if he just plays the same amount of years as a starter as the average quarterback does, he'd break all them fucking records? Same with Cam Newton. All of these highly skilled people that have done nothing but break records and break numbers, off just a little bit, couple of bad articles here and there. No, they no longer have a goddamn job. But Kirk fucking Cousins, all these it's the dumbest shit ever. It's so goddamn annoying. And Pittsburgh is co-signing that bullshit by bringing in Aaron Rodgers. It's fucking stupid. And your backup is Mason Rudolph? Okay, man. All right, man. Have fun with that. Dumbass move. Arthur Smith as an OC was another dumbass move. Even though he did do some things last year, but he still had a lot of dumb play calls. But it was a lot better than I thought it would be because I had absolutely no faith in him whatsoever. So with that in mind, it was a lot better than I anticipated because I had no faith in him at all. He actually was getting the ball to Washington. They have two good tight ends. Washington is very underrated. They can do a lot with that if they have any common sense. The combination of those tight ends, Fields, his accuracy, that was so stupid. Now, on the other side of that, and this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja, a team that also was stuck on that narcotic. The New York Jets have been stuck on that narcotic for a long time. The Jets had a chance to get Fields some years back. Chose not to do so. I said many moons ago, last year and the previous year, the Jets get what they deserve because all they need is a quarterback, and they refuse to get one. Now, I know that the narrative was they don't have a line, the defense didn't play well, all of these things. They never related, when it's one of them, they never related it back to the lack of offensive production and bad quarterback play. Now, all of these things are true to a degree, but it is, as sure as the sun rises, any white quarterback that's struggling, they're always going to say the line is bad, whether that shit is true or not. The Jets are not as bad a team as everybody thinks. Now, on the side of the Jets, they've done a lot of things. They hired Aaron Glenn. They hired a ninja. That's definitely out of their comfort zone. And I know the last coach wasn't necessarily a colonizer. I might be forgetting. I think the 49ers guy might have been gone. But hiring Aaron Glenn, getting to the point where I think, obviously we're at the age where people that we watch play our whole life or throughout our childhood, we're watching them turn into coaches and whatnot. So hiring Aaron Glenn, that's definitely changing a trend, changing up behavior. And I usually clarify on this, but the reason I'm using the term relapse is it refers to the returning of previous patterns of behavior after a period of improvement or abstinence. So I felt Pittsburgh had improved on being stuck on that white, and they returned to that behavior. They relapsed, in my opinion. The Jets were stuck on that same thing, allowing Sam Darnold and a multitude of other quarterbacks to bring the franchise down by waiting too long to admit they fucked up and made a mistake. They went from there to let's bring in an elderly guy instead of picking one of the many free agents that could improve our franchise, which caused them to struggle as well, along with the coaching. But they've now brought in a coach that made his bones in Detroit in Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn brought in an OC, and Aaron Glenn and the OC both agreed that bringing in Justin Fields would be ideal for their team. Paraphrasing what the OC said, OC Tanner Engstrand. He said, we all know about his physical attributes, and people like to talk about, the fact that he can run, but he also has an arm. He said that's a big part of his game as well. This is a very polite way of saying this motherfucker has everything I need, and I'm about to use him. That's not revolutionary. It's just common fucking sense, and I'm so perplexed as to why that common sense wasn't used by Pittsburgh. Now, these are all preseason thoughts and whatnot, but I feel they're relevant. I feel that Justin Fields has proven himself when he's never really been given just a clean go of it. Even in Pittsburgh, he had to deal with Arthur Smith calling plays. And eventually being benched and brought in just to run, which I thought was bullshit. And again, I'll go back to that play where a lot of people are saying, why the hell did you slide? Because I'm not about to come in on a stupid-ass running play and take a chance on getting fucked up for that dumb-ass shit. Fuck that shit. I'm glad he slid. Man, don't take no damn lick behind that stupid shit. Especially when you're being headhunted and not protected, man, get the fuck out of here. I'm going to bring you in to run. Everybody know what's coming, and they finna try to take my goddamn knee or my head off. Stupid-ass play. He's beneath that shit. He was beneath that shit in my fucking opinion. I'm so glad he protected himself. And when it was needed towards the end of the season, he went ahead and got the damn yardage and shit. But, man, don't take any unnecessary licks for a bunch of ungrateful motherfuckers. Fuck them. I digress. Point being that the Jets, a team that had Aaron Rodgers and didn't want him anymore, got rid of the regime that brought him in, got rid of Aaron Rodgers, brought in a coach from Detroit they gave him a chance to. So the Jets are so desperate for wins. We might as well take a chance on a black man that's proven himself. Not something that these teams normally do, so it is notable. Let's hope he actually gets a fair chance, but I can say right off the bat, I like and appreciate his decision-making offensively, bringing in a coordinator that actually wants Justin Fields. And I can tell just from that statement why he went to New York. They gave him money that lets him know that they actually want him. And the coach probably sounded like he did when he was asked why he brought in Justin Fields. Because he has all the tools, because he can do everything that we need. And besides this bullshit narrative, he didn't say this, but this bullshit narrative about running and not being able to throw the ball, I know better than that. I liken it to Malik Willis being picked up by the Green Bay coach. You can write all these bullshit articles you want, but I'm aware that he can play. Oh, shit. Jordan Love, our great quarterback, ends up getting hurt, and Malik Willis pays instant dividends. And that was easy to see. Anybody that ever watched him in preseason saw how nasty he was. Bitch ass Mike Vrabel never played him. These things happen in the NFL. So it takes the right situation for a player to actually get a real chance. I'm grateful that I'm glad that Fields got the opportunity in New York. I like the fact that Aaron Glenn's the head coach. I think that has a lot to do with it. And I like the OC that he's brought in because when asked about it, I like the things that he had to say and the way that he was saying it. I just didn't see the bullshit. And I think a lot of that comes from being younger. A lot of these cats grew up playing like that, wanting to play like that, watching players like that, playing with players like that. So they don't have some of the same hang-ups that these coaches do that go out of their way not to play quarterbacks that are obviously better or could give you a better chance to win. So I think these things are going to help the Jets along. But ironic that the team that got rid of the team that didn't want Aaron Rodgers, he got picked up by the team that didn't want Justin Fields. And it just doesn't make any damn sense. But between the two, obviously the Jets are on their way to recovery with these decisions, in my opinion. But I'm looking forward to the way they're using Fields. They're going to use Fields. I'm interested in seeing it. I think that receiving core is a lot better than people think. I think the line is very much overstated as being terrible. I think the defense is very much overstated as being terrible. I don't think that team is as far away as people think. It's almost like I don't like to liken teams, but I say this about a lot of teams when they get better the next year and they're like, oh my God, what happened? You got rid of the bum-ass quarterback. And that's going to be the case with the Jets. They got rid of a coach that wasn't working, and they got rid of bum-ass quarterbacks that weren't getting the job done. And I'm just looking at the franchises. Pittsburgh is going to be good. Mike Tomlin's one of the greatest coaches ever. Aaron Glenn is trying to make his bones. If we're looking at it hands down, without question, Tomlin's a better coach because he's put in more work. But as far as this decision, Aaron Glenn obviously made a better decision, either because he sees things differently or he has the ability to actually decide what he wants on his team. Much like I saw in Houston. Again, he actually fired that guy, but in Houston, it was the same thing. C.J. Stroud was drafted. I think that had a lot to do with DeMeco Ryans, and he brought in the OC that actually wanted the quarterback and was going to use him properly. So it's more the same, but unfortunately, Pittsburgh has relapsed back into their old ways. It's not like they're not going to be viable, but I just don't understand why they threw away a golden opportunity, in my opinion, to have something special. And on the other side of that, I'm looking forward to seeing the Jets, the new head coach, Aaron Glenn, and what he's going to do. I know what he wants to do with his defense. He's going to focus that side of the ball. And I'm excited about what they have on offense. And regardless of the coverage, they don't have anything average at quarterback. That young man is special, and I think he's finally going to get the chance to show everybody that on a more consistent basis. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Let me catch up on the chat, and I'll continue with a couple of more thoughts about the NFL. Let me see here. Sluggo said the Steelers have fallen off big time. They've had several opportunities at what I would describe as franchise quarterbacks, and they have pulled a Hollywood each and every time. And I'd agree with that. And I just keep looking at Tomlin like, nigga, please. They have passed over a multitude of franchise quarterbacks. They've had plenty of opportunities to do it, and they just refuse. Every time I think they're about to pull the trigger.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
But that's correct, sir. It's been years where they could have taken care of that, and they've just chosen not to. Very disappointing. So like I said, DK can't be happy with the quarterback situation. I'm sure he's not. They've now brought in Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph behind him. Justin Fields was right there, and I'm sure in his mind they were going to re-sign him. I don't know. Sluggo said instead of starting somewhere, Winston is backing up Wilson in New York. Exactly. When they brought in Winston, I was happy. Then they brought in Wilson. I said, God damn. Just start Jameis Winston. What are you doing? And then when they drafted that motherfucker from Ole Miss, I was really cussing. New York didn't need a quarterback. Just play Winston. You got a starting quarterback right there that's still young. Mason Rudolph has had one good year in the NFL. One. And he has a contract that he didn't do anything to earn that type of contract by only having one fucking year. He had one good year in his entire motherfucking career. Jameis Winston had record-breaking years for his first 5 to 7 goddamn years. One stat from one season taken out of context, being repeated by the media every fucking day, having to listen to all of these goofy motherfuckers repeat it, and this nigga's never started for real since. And when he got the opportunity, bitch-ass nigga from Tampa jumped on his leg and celebrated. The Giants has drafted the same quarterback that they've had. But they didn't need to do that. That was a way they could have really got a difference maker in that round, and they drafted a quarterback they didn't need to get. They could have got a better quarterback later in the rounds with one of the many ninjas that were underrated. Hell, Shador was there later. It just wasn't smart. Nothing about that was smart. Nothing about that was smart. But I'm not surprised because they've New York's never been big on ninjas. Brought in Winston, then you bring in Wilson, then you draft Jackson Dart. I didn't understand that shit either. So between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Jets, I really like the decisions the Jets have made offensively. I like what Aaron Glenn is doing thus far. And unfortunately and or fortunately, it takes that type of guy, that type of player, I guess, to not have the biases or not be swayed by bullshit stories and actually bring in a franchise quarterback that's sitting right there waiting to be plucked. It's just it just goes back to me to Jalen Hurts. When he was drafted, it was number criticism. He immediately made the team better. You could see it when he got on the field. The media said nothing about it because they didn't pick him. Outplays Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Defense lets him down. And the following year, they're still talking about him like he isn't shit. Just won a Super Bowl despite everybody or all the so-called experts not giving them a chance because of him. Giving the entire season's credit to Saquon Barkley as if Jalen Hurts didn't matter. When Pickett got in, he played like shit. If he hadn't played like shit, the media would have said, oh, my God, you should start Kenny Pickett. And they said that at the beginning of the year, and I had to listen again. Dumbass people that don't know the fucking game say they could have more offensive production with Pickett in the offense. The more I hear people talk, the more it lets me know how many people don't actually know anything and or actually watch football. You could be Stevie Wonder and it'd still be very obvious that the Eagles are better when Jalen Hurts is in the game. To not be able to see that means you have inherent biases or you just don't know the fucking game. And you have to turn on the TV or look at the internet to find out how you feel. And even after the Super Bowl win, they're still not giving this ninja any fucking credit. They still speak more highly of Josh Allen, who can't hold his goddamn jockstrap. Neither can Herbert. Neither can the motherfucking San Francisco whose ass they keep kissing. None of the quarterbacks that they like and they promote can hold a candle to Jalen Hurts, but Jalen Hurts isn't the one that they picked. And I feel that way about what they're doing with Fields and the way that he gets covered. Same thing with Winston or Malik Willis. That's why when these type of players excel, they deserve more credit and more mention, and they deserve to be talked about a lot because they're not getting help. They don't have referees in the NFL cheating for them like the fucking Quagmires, also known as Brady, like the Mannings. All of them get help. Even this year, they've cheated Justin Fields twice when he had to play Aaron Rodgers. Blatant fucking cheating for the quarterback that they like. They've done that twice to that ninja when he was in Chicago. I've watched it. They've done it 3 times to Prescott. So he's going to help the team because they're not going to call holding every time there's a big-ass pass. They're not going to call offensive pass interference every time somebody catches a damn touchdown. They're not going to call holding to take away a big play. And they're going to help him out because they've done that shit for the last fucking decade. So he's going to help in that regard. This isn't really about what he can do this year and all of that shit because you have to factor in the fact that he can still throw the ball and they will help him because they've been doing this shit for a goddamn decade. And not calling penalties when you make big plays is a big fucking deal, regardless of the people that don't necessarily understand that. They called back so many big plays that Fields made last year with late-ass flags 3 or 4 seconds after the play was over with. That is not going to happen to Aaron Rodgers. Not fucking once. Not once. You would not see them make a big-ass play and watch a flag come out 3.5 seconds later. Shit won't happen. But I truly believe Pittsburgh threw away a golden opportunity. And New York might have, not might have, but New York quietly picked up, if I had to stop and think about it, I had to see who else was available, but I think picked up the best free agent quarterback that was available. Pittsburgh just wasn't smart enough to keep him. But good job by the New York Jets, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I just think they're one of those teams, as I've stated about many teams, they were just a quarterback away. But a lot of teams refuse to acknowledge and admit that mistake. The next thing I want to talk about is the Philadelphia quarterback sneak, the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback sneak play. And I'm calling it that because that name is incredibly fucking stupid. Now, unless I'm wrong, and in the Eagles practice room and when they implemented this, they actually called it the tush push. That just sounds like some incredibly stupid shit somebody decided to call it because it's something that a ninja's doing that doesn't seem to be able to get stopped much. But I hate that stupid ass name. Now, unless I'm wrong, and they went in and they sat down in that fucking room, and in the huddle, Jalen Hurts gets in there and says, strong left, diamond right, tush push left, ready, break. Unless that's the call, I'm almost certain that's just some stupid shit the media decided to call it. First and foremost, I don't acknowledge that. Words are powerful, and they're calling it that for a reason. That's a stupid-ass name. It's a quarterback sneak. It's a well-designed play that teams have a hard time stopping. And what I wanted to talk about is, again, this vote and this bitch-ass shit where they tried to outlaw the fucking play. Only ninjas have to deal with rules being changed when they find a way to do something that's hard to stop. If a colonizer was doing this shit, there would not be a problem. Secondly, if this play is nothing more than quote unquote I'm not going to call it that anymore. It's fucking insulting. But if that was actually all this was just some pushing and shoving, people like that always use stupid ass, moist, dumb ass terms like that. Again, unless the Eagles actually named that play that, I find that hard to believe. If there's some evidence of that, let me know. But I'm almost certain that's just a dumbass name that the media's decided to give it, or some commentator. Stupid ass name. If you weren't so busy trying to downgrade something because you don't like the player that's doing it, you would recognize this is football. This X's and O's. They designed something and they're executing it, and they're doing it because they have a special player. But you don't want to write that because you didn't pick him. If Josh Allen was actually the unstoppable force and dynamic, if he was, no, what's the shit they said? Josh Allen is an unstoppable force of nature. If he was actually that, why is it he can't run the same goddamn play and get the same results? Either their coaching is that much better, their execution is that much better, or Jalen Hurts is that much better in executing that play and throwing the football and winning championships, apparently. You would think Josh Allen has done what Jalen Hurts has done the way they talk about him. They love him so much, they gave him an MVP he didn't deserve last year like it wasn't shit. Now, as much as I respect the head coach for Green Bay for bringing in Malik Willis, not only that, allowing him to play as opposed to that ignorant, low-life, evil shit that Mike Vrabel did with his bitch-made ass, purposely sabotaging Malik Willis. That's why I'm calling Mike Vrabel a bitch ass. And yes, I know that bitch ass motherfucker was a Buckeye. But as a head coach, he is a bitch. Despite my respect for the Packers and the head coach for bringing in Malik Willis and actually allowing him to play as opposed to bringing him in and having him hand the ball off 2 and 3 fucking times, throwing a 5-yard pass and pretending like that's what you have to do. Actually letting him play, and he executed. What a fucking concept. all of these skills. Why don't I allow him to use them as opposed to going out of my way to try to sabotage him because I don't like him on a personal level because I'm an ignorant bastard named Mike Vrabel? As much as I respect them for that, they were the ones that initiated this rule to get rid of the Philadelphia Eagle quarterback sneak. And so 2 fronts on this. One, the media. If you were actually about the sport, what you would talk about is how great a play this is. They're actually executing. This is something to praise as opposed to making excuses for New England with all the little shit that they do that's blatant cheating. And it's always the same stupid ass statement given to you by the media. If you're not cheating, you ain't trying. So if you're not cheating, you're not trying. But if you're executing, let's stop it because I'm too much of a bitch to play football. If this was all about, as these motherfuckers call it, a tush, push, a moist ass statement, a stupid ass fucking term that they've given it that people just accept, weird to me. And again, if Philadelphia calls it that, somebody correct me. I just have a hard time believing Jalen Hurts gets in the huddle and says tush push on 2. I have a hard time believing that. But if they weren't so busy with all these goofy ass childish names, you would talk about the fact that this play and this execution is superb and something that you should marvel at in the beautiful game of football. The beautiful coordinated efficiency that is the game of football. That is proper execution and a big-time player that makes the play even tougher to defend because he's that much harder to bring down because of his strength, intelligence, and ability to find the hole. If it was just a matter of pushing somebody, everybody could do it. But they can't. Josh Allen tried to do it multiple times in the playoffs last year, and he got stopped. And he's an unstoppable force of nature, according to you so-called fucking experts. Jalen Hurts isn't shit, according to you motherfuckers. Why is it he can't be stopped? So instead of playing football trying to stop the shit, you try to get somebody to outlaw it because it's not fair. Every team, the 22 teams that voted to outlaw it, all of you are a bunch of bitches. All of you.
You rotten bums! You're all garbage! All of you!
What a bunch of bitches.
Who raised you?
Fuck playing football. Help me out and outlaw this. I'm too much of a bitch to stop the play. Every year I keep hearing about it, and it's always that same stupid ass term. The Philadelphia Eagle quarterback sneak works because they execute it properly, which means play design, execution, and discipline by the linemen. That's the reason why it works. Forgive me for the pause. Don't recognize that number, and I'm doing a show right now. Who was that? But very annoyed that instead of talking about the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, talking about the fact that all of you were dead wrong about Jalen Hurts, speaking about the mainstream, instead of talking about the fact that you were wrong about Jalen Hurts, instead of talking about the fact that the Eagles played a great season, had a great year, instead of talking about the fact that Saquon Barkley had a great year, and again, it's really cute how you try to talk about how great he was and he's the main reason when every year before that, you were trying, number one, the year before that, you were blaming him for the Giants instead of Daniel Jones because Daniel Jones is white. You're not going to talk about him. Let's blame it on the running back that's actually proven himself instead of a quarterback that got paid that hasn't done a fucking thing. And on top of that, you were breaking your neck to devalue running backs by putting out the narrative that they weren't that important. That was never true. You just said that because you conspired with the owners to pay them less. Every team that had a significant running game in the playoffs for the last couple of years has proved that wrong. Just watching the teams play, it was nothing about they just conspired to lower the price to pay certain running backs. That's all that was. You could have talked about the fact that maybe we should reconsider that running backs aren't valuable. Instead of pretending like you never said that and using Saquon Barkley as a way to not give Jalen Hurts credit. Jalen Hurts only was slowed down by Kellen Moore, who did a better job than I thought he would do, but he still didn't do a great job. Philadelphia has every opportunity to be better on offense because Kellen Moore was not that good of an OC. I will say the one thing that Jalen Hurts had been doing his whole career that worked, that they were doing the year they went to the Super Bowl. But watching them play, there was still some times where his lack of aggression was just that, a lack of aggression that held that team back. There were so many things to talk about. Instead, a conversation about this play, and instead of really talking about what it is a well-executed play, we're talking about banning this, but we celebrate and cheer, deflating footballs and say bitch-ass shit like if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Well, they're not cheating. They're just executing the play, and you have 22 teams saying it's not fair. Somebody stop it. Moist motherfuckers. Love what Green Bay did for Malik Willis, but y'all are moist as hell for leading the charge on banning a play because you can't stop it. And again, if it was a matter of being a tush push, then everybody could do it, but everybody can't. Must have something to do with that quarterback and the way that team executes. They even went as far to lie on the Kelsey player and say that Kelsey said, I retired because I got hurt running that play. They even made up a rumor about that. They do so much to try to stop and slow down players they don't pick, who magically always seem to have melanin. If Jalen Hurts was a colonizer, there would be no stopping the kissing of his ass. The man is everything you want in a quarterback, and he's always been that. He's won everywhere he's been. He's always had the proper demeanor. Even when he's hurt, he doesn't let you see it. He gets up and has the same fucking expression, whether he's winning, losing, executing, turning the ball over, or throwing a touchdown. Same fucking expression. That's what you want out of your quarterback. They don't talk about that because they didn't pick him. And magically, the team he quarterbacks, let's stop this play. Let's try to make this play illegal because we can't fucking stop it. Now, were there times where I thought they were stupid as fuck for not just giving it to Saquon and letting him run the touchdown? Sure. But that has nothing to do with making the play illegal. I just thought that was really dumb. But again, Kellen Moore was the OC. In those situations, just get a ball to your fucking running back. Running that play 4 times in a row is goofy because you don't need your big-time, prime-time, star, top-tier NFL quarterback getting hurt because he has plays to run where he needs to execute and throw the football. But again, he's not your average cat. Jalen Hurts is special. He's been since he's been in the NFL. And he was special before he won this goddamn Super Bowl. Disappointed in all of those teams trying to get a play made illegal instead of just getting off your ass and trying to find a way to stop it. How about that? Play football. Or just yield to the person that is so much better than you that you can't stop a goddamn play, because apparently that's what it is. If you have to resort to going to the principal's office, don't let them do that anymore, please. What a bunch of bitches. Hey, y'all needed 2 or 3 more votes.
Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that. Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Let me give you a quick clip from the annual show on religion, and we will continue with the NFL topics.
Ninja, I think you are close.
You say this every time. You say this every time. What am I close to, sir? What am I close to? What am I close to, sir?
You know, it's a Bible passage where Jesus said, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man will hear my voice, I will eat with him, and he can eat with me." You are there. He is knocking on the door.
Hey, Randall, listen, man. I respect you enough. At current moment, lost cause, man. Don't waste your time on me. Don't waste your time on me right now. Lost cause. Let me get a little bit older and realize my mortality, and I'll do it like everybody else do. Oh, so beautiful. Come to me.
No, I'm just saying, man. No, I just look. Even as I not microphones pick up everything. That's all I'm gonna say. So. You a wild boy, sir. I appreciate you, though. I appreciate you. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I think, Sluggo brought up something, and I'll follow back up when you get to the chat. But you had said something about you like the concept of rebirth. And there's actually a parallel to in Christianity. It's called being born again. It's a similar concept, but you don't die, like physically die and have to come back as something else. It's like, the best way to put it, the analogy is that you die to your old ways, and it's like God breaks you of the old things that perhaps had you wrapped up, and he gives you a new life, and it's the change that I was talking about. It's called being born again. Being born again. I'm sure, in your 40-some years of life, you've heard that phrase time and time again. But it's a similar concept.
I recall that phrase. You're speaking of being a born again Christian, correct, sir?
Yep.
When someone realizes their woes, they dedicate themselves and their lives to change. They become a born again Christian. So essentially, washing the blood, all that good stuff, correct?
That is correct.
I do get that. I've ran across born again Christians, and it's been a good thing. There have been other times when it was aggravating, like that person used to kick it with, and they want to call you and tell you about how they, like this. I want to see the old version of you. But it also. I'm serious. You should have hollered at me before you saved. What's the point of this? I'm sorry. But I'm just saying that, I understand what you're talking about. But when we're speaking about that, we're talking about somebody changing their mindset and, trying to walk a straighter path. But again, hearing that, that's essentially what they're speaking of as reincarnation. Again, to me, if we're going to do fairy tales or do very improbable stories, well, I might as well go with that. I come back as whatever. You know what I'm saying? If I don't do right, maybe I come back as an animal or some bullshit. But I'm not burning in fires. That's all I'm saying. If I'm gonna pick and choose my fairy tales, let me choose some that make me feel better. I don't like the fire. Give me that version of reincarnation. Give me that, and give me another chance to get to nirvana. Whether it's being stuck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ninja, the thing is, all of your problems it always seems like it's related to what you see other people do. And I'm just asking you in all sincerity, okay, let me put it to you this, and this is what I wanted to mention to you before. I've been in the process since probably 2012 of detoxing from American Christianity. I got saved in 1989. I was 22, 23 years old.
Good God.
With a life that you're living presently in Huntsville, Alabama, apart from some things, is what I was living prior to, back before 89.
What life is that, sir?
What
life is that, sir? Hey, lack of details only help the wicked. What life is that, sir?
The love and marriage, Huntsville life. And to the chat, y'all didn't tell me that Ninja was out here living that single life. I had a conversation with Ninja earlier today, and he's sharing stuff, and he's like, life is going well.
Yes. Dope, man. Yes.
So I asked him, I said, so man, am I going to see you on this love and marriage Huntsville? He's like, no, sir. Well, you know how he talks. Well, actually, there's a possibility, you know how
No, man. Don't see again. See how he's giving out this misinformation. All I was saying is there's a slight chance of a camera glance if I was in one or two spots. That's all. But as far as being a cast member, 0%, sir.
I didn't say
camera glance.
I said you might randomly show up. You know, I already told you. Ninja got his starch jeans on, like, hey, how you doing? And then I found out that Amy Amber came out and look, didn't talk to him inside Starbucks. Came out to the parking lot. What's been going on in 2025?
Hey man, this is an inside conversation. What the hell's going on right now? That was the inside. See how Christians do? See how they do? That's
I've been
exactly
trying that, man. I got to get these jokes off, man.
Hey, listen, like I said, it was happenstance, but nobody would believe it. I was doing that show with the greatest, and this one of them just came out and had a casual conversation with me. But the timing was impeccable for jokes. It was impeccable. To quote 334 Bama, Amy has made an appearance.
Oh man!
Do you mind if I catch up on some of this chat, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Me catch up with the chat and I'll continue. Shout out to the Reverend Raider. Sluggo said, that play is available to everyone, but others can't do it as well. It's akin to stopping someone from performing difficult tasks because others can't do it. Is that the damn point? Dude, it's almost like what they were doing with Simone Biles. Like, they don't score some of her things properly because other people can't do it. And I think they even said some shit about that's not fair. Yes, it is. She gets a perfect score and everybody else gets faulted because they can't do it. Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? Instead of appreciating greatness, they're trying to punish it. But again, that's something that's reserved for ninjas. There's never been a white person that did something extraordinary, and there's something to that statement, that they look for a reason to not like it or to not enjoy it or to not give it the credit it deserves. That's reserved for us. Tiger, he was tearing the Augusta up, and they changed the entire course literally so it wouldn't fit his game so well. And then had the caucasity to say, well, this had nothing to do with Tiger Woods. Okay.
Fuck you, and fuck you. Who's next?
But no, sir. They did not outlaw the Philadelphia quarterback sneak. The vote failed. It fell short, I think, by 2 to 3 votes, maybe 4 votes. But it fell short 2 or 3 votes. So the Philadelphia quarterback sneak is still available. Unless they actually call it that, I'm not going to use that dumbass name that I'm almost certain the media created as some type of jab. Instead of coming up with a name that an elementary school student could have came up with, you could talk about the execution of that play and how special Jalen Hurts is. But again, you didn't pick him. So for one or two reasons, either you didn't pick Jalen Hurts, therefore you're not man or woman enough to go back and say, I was wrong. Or 2, he's a ninja and you're just going to keep shitting on him because that's what y'all do, in my humble opinion, which is why I don't watch mainstream media. They wish Josh Allen could do that. They wish Justin Herbert could do that. They wish Brock Purdy in San Francisco could do that. They wish, who are the rest of them? Trevor, the motherfucking Jacksonville. They wish he could do that shit. Jalen Hurts was labeled as one of the dumbest picks ever. Trevor Lawrence was labeled as a once-in-a-lifetime player. Which one plays like that? Which one has any claim to any of those positive attributes? These are the things they never go back and talk about with all of their bullshit-ass articles. But no, the vote failed, sir. The vote failed, thank God. But 22 teams did vote to ban the quarterback sneak from the Philadelphia Eagles. 22 teams voted to ban it. But they needed 2 more votes. They didn't get them. And Philadelphia, along the lines of them winning that vote or those people losing that vote, I know somewhere in their minds they're thinking,
fuck you, and fuck you. Who's next?
Coming aboard the train with his traditional, his usual, and his classic, good evening.
Motherfucker.
We got none other than my man JBJ on the train. He says, apologies for the late arrival. No apologies necessary, sir. Everybody has a life. I missed an entire week last week. And I apologize for that, dealing with baby girl TSA, but she's doing great. But that and other things kept me from doing a show last week. Allow me to continue, but I've always been annoyed by calling the Philadelphia quarterback sneak, it being labeled as a tush push, because I know why they call it that, trying to downplay it, doing some childish 2-year-old shit. Instead of talking about the execution of it, the X's and O's of it, and the fact that when you have special players, you run things like that, because when you have a Jalen Hurts, things like that become very hard to stop. And when you have, it's like substance over hype. They claim that Josh Allen is an unstoppable force of nature, but that unstoppable force of nature got stopped multiple times when they tried to run a play that was similar, and everybody knew it was coming. But when everybody knows this is coming with Philly, they still have a hard time stopping it. Hard time meaning damn near never. They rarely get stopped. It happens at such a low clip that I can barely register when it does happen. It doesn't happen a lot. So again, I mean, this is just another case. Bottom line, in my humble opinion, if Jalen Hurts is a colonizer, this shit never comes up. As far as how much they complain about it in the media. Might teams try to ban it? Yeah, I mean, it might happen. But as far as the media coverage of it and trying to shit on it and act like it's something other than great execution, it's like when they you have a once-in-a-lifetime player like Randy Moss. And I promise y'all, one time they were showing coordinators saying things like, it's gotten to the point where we just tell our guys, okay, 1, 2, 3, jump. Like trying to say all they do is throw jump balls. If it's just as simple as a jump ball, why can't you stop it? So you mean to tell me you're so inept as a coach, you can't stop a fucking jump ball? And if you are saying it's just a jump ball and you know it's coming and you can't stop it, you're saying that he's a great player, you stupid motherfucker. When you have these type of special players, they always look for reasons to downplay it. But you're trying to sell me on Brock Purdy being an MVP. Go to hell. That's why I don't listen to the commentary or watch the damn mainstream. They are making such a mockery of this game, and the problem with that is people are very trusting, so they actually watch this stupid shit, and not only watch it, believe it and repeat what they say. That's why you've heard multiple morons saying every year, Herbert, Allen, and whatever other colonizer they want to throw up there are the best quarterbacks in the league, and that shit's never been fucking true. But there's no accountability for them lying about that shit every fucking year. Pretending like Brock Purdy is somebody is stupid. Average at best, and he's really kind of insulting the word average. He's going to get great fucking coverage. They didn't do a fucking thing last year, but the coverage was still great. No playoffs, nothing special, terrible fucking year, injured, great coverage. That's the difference in the Purdys of the world. Jameis Winston can break rep. Purdy will never do what Winston has done numbers-wise. It'll never happen. He doesn't have that type of talent. But Purdy can only win 2 or 3 fucking games, fall out of the division, play like shit, and the only thing they had to say about him is he gave cars or trucks to his offensive linemen, first and second string. What a great guy. Winston has 1 year with high interceptions, and that's the only thing they talk about for a fucking year straight. I don't think that shit's an accident. Either these people don't understand the game or magically, they organically always hype up people that look like them and shit on everybody that doesn't. It's hard. You can't appreciate great talent when you do that. They can't even appreciate a Jalen Hurts. And he deserves more credit than any colonizer that's pulled off anything, because they didn't do it with the media essentially doing everything within their fucking power to tell you that this motherfucker can't play. The only thing they've ever done since that man has been in the league is say he doesn't belong. And the only thing he's done is play better than every colonizer they hype up. And somehow that's still credible. The shit's amazing to me. But just another damn attempt to take away something that they can't stop. The quarterback sneak is still valid. It did not get banned. And all the teams that complained about it can now line up and try to stop it again. The other thing that another thing that they've done in the offseason, and again, going back to relapsing, the NFL is actually, believe it or not only are they not going to get rid of the stupid ass judgment, ignorant, taunting call used to take away plays to help out people, but this dumbass taunting call, grown men getting to play football, and you think they care about quote unquote taunting. There is no reason for this dumbass shit to exist. Not only are they not going to get rid of that, they're doubling down. They're going to step up and try to throw more flags for what they consider to be taunting. I don't know who this is for. Somebody's wife? Somebody who works for the league office and their wife don't like it because they blaming a drug-addicted child's behavior on a player celebrating or some shit? What is the purpose of this? We live in a country where y'all voted for a terrorist. You co-sign white savagery on a country you claim you fucking love. You let your kids see that that's perfectly okay, but you're worried about them seeing niggas celebrate when they score a goddamn touchdown? Or screaming or pointing or some shit? Spiking a football? Man, if y'all don't find something else to concentrate on. Taunting is one of the dumbest fucking things that the NFL does, that stupid ass call. And not only will they not get rid of it, they're doubling down and saying they're going to ramp up and call even more quote unquote taunting calls. Bullshit. Another instance where the NFL is fucking up.
You blind motherfucker.
Who doesn't like a celebration? Who doesn't like a celebration? It's enjoyable for everybody.
Who raised you?
Get out of your own way. Taunting. Grown men playing a game for money, and you're calling taunting. It's not for the players. The players don't care. Now, there are a bunch of bitch-ass players screaming, help me, give me a help me penalty. I'm not good enough to do it on my own. Throw something, help me. Drew Brees was good for that. He always cheered and celebrated like he actually did something when the referees threw here's a flag to help you because I like you, Drew. He always used to pump his fist like he actually did something. And again, that's the difference. Drew Brees got help. There was no help for Jalen Hurts. He did that on his own. That's always going to deserve more credit. Every black quarterback has to do that. White quarterbacks will get help. At a bare minimum, they will not have to worry about refs fucking them. They might not get help, but they won't get fucked. I don't know a black quarterback that doesn't get fucked. They let people hit them late. They don't give them the penalties they deserve half the fucking time. White quarterbacks don't have to deal with that. So I'm not as impressed with them winning. And I'm way more impressed with Jalen Hurts being able to win when he's not even being given credit when he's going to his second fucking Super Bowl. Still didn't get any credit. Win the motherfucker. And the first thing they do is put a nigga on TV to say, well, I'm still not impressed. See, blah, blah, blah. Man, get the fuck out of here. But that same dumb motherfucker's going to tell you Josh Allen deserved the fucking MVP.
White man just a joy to be around. They smell like lemon juice and pledge furniture cleaner.
Problem with the taunting call is that they're only going to call taunting on ninjas because that's when they're offended. This country loves white savagery. That's a fact, not arguable. Anybody arguing that, shut the fuck up. See January 6th. I know it's not a big deal to you, and that's the point. White savagery makes America happy. It's the only real tradition they've ever had. It's the only thing that can happen. It's the only thing that happens that most of white America universally agrees with. When white savagery goes down without a class, without teaching, without a meeting, they all know to ignore it and act like it didn't happen. They didn't get taught that. They didn't sit around and talk about it. It's natural. Being that fucked up is natural. White savagery, not a big deal. Black person talking, oh my God, do something about it. Fragile ass motherfuckers. My point is, these fragile ass people are the ones implementing a taunting call. I hate that shit. There's so many things the NFL does that are stupid. This is one of them. Instead of getting rid of that shit, they're doubling down and saying they're going to call even more taunting penalties, doing their best to fuck up the game. Great job. Next thing I wanted to bring up, and this is the Underground Railroad Show, hosted by your boy That Ninja, and I know it's the NBA Finals, and I know I'm talking pigskin. That's what I do. That's what I do. Concerning the NFL schedule, and I haven't went over it yet, and that's usually and that's another show I normally do. I take a segment or so, damn near a whole show, to really kind of go over the schedule in the sense of primetime games and where I think they fell short. Myself and Jungle Brother used to do a show where we changed the schedule. We basically went through all the primetime games and we either changed it or we left it alone if we thought they got it right. Couple of things with the NFL schedule. One, fuck the NFL sideways for all of these overseas games. When it's convenient, they like to talk about how much they love the fans. If it can be used to shit on a back player, they'll say they love the fans. If it can be used to leverage money or, again, shit on a player they don't like, usually containing melanin, they talk about loving the fans, and this is for the fans, don't cheat the fans, all of these things. Yet and still, they shit on the real fans of the game to line their pockets by taking things overseas. Taking away home games, money-making opportunities for the city, for restaurants, hotels, small businesses, local dealers. So many people lose out when you send this shit to foreign countries where you're getting your pockets laced, trying to grow the game and shitting on the real fans. They continue to do more and more of this. Just like taunting, they're doubling down and they're going to increase overseas games, and they're very happy and proud to do so. Don't hit me with the speak about why they're doing it. I know why. Quote unquote, growing the game. Bullshit. Lining their pockets and shitting on the players and the fans while doing so. Which is why I'm annoyed anytime they try to act like they do things for the fans and they care about the fans. If you did, you wouldn't take the game that these fans made popular to other people chasing fucking money. If they want to watch this shit, watch it on fucking television. They do not take their favorite sport, which would be football, and shit on their fans by playing it over here because they want to bring more people to football. Call this what it is. Greedy motherfuckers wanting more money and willing to shit on the players and the real fans of the game to do so. It is 1,000% fucked up to shit on the real fans to grow this with people overseas. And if you were actually there as when you look in the crowd and you see people wearing NFL jerseys, I highly doubt that everybody in that stadium just so happened to get online and start snatching up random jerseys. If you watch when they're at these games, the jerseys don't even have anything to do with the teams that are playing. Not most of them. I guarantee there's some type of thing that they're doing for promotion, giving out jerseys. It gives a certain image. Now, is it packed out? Sure. They go and check it out. I don't know what the promotion is like. I don't know what it's like when they go over there and do whatever they do for their bread, but that's not for the fans. That's not for the growth of the game. That's for the growth of your pockets. 1,000% for the growth of your pockets. Hate those goddamn overseas games, and those increase every year. So that's something they're doing with the schedule that I can't stand. Again, NFL schedule makers. Actually, that doesn't necessarily apply.
Motherfucker.
The overseas games, just in my humble opinion, for my life.
You must be on something.
Can't stand that shit. You don't care about these teams in these cities when you're taking money away from their city so you can lace your pockets, and your pockets are heavy as hell. Savagely greedy motherfucker.
Hang in there, whites.
Something else I've noticed, something that's not being talked about enough. Cam Ward in Tennessee is huge. The point in that is that Tennessee did something that a lot of these teams don't do. They relapsed, but they went to recovery and got over that narcotic. Most teams, when they draft a failed white quarterback, they just let him destroy the team. New York Jets did it with 2 different quarterbacks. New York Giants did it with Daniel Jones. Jacksonville's doing it right now with Trevor Lawrence. Tampa Bay's doing it with Law and Order. I'm sorry, Cleveland did it with Law and Order for years. San Francisco is about to do it with Brock Purdy. Most of these teams, when they pick the wrong quarterback, that's white, because a black quarterback playing a semi-bad game and nothing but articles for a month straight. But a white quarterback that's obviously playing terrible, high pick, he's the person on the team, he's the reason the team cannot excel. There's never any coverage. And most teams, just like Mike Vrabel's stupid ass and Tannehill, will stay with a player like that, allow him to keep falling short and hurting your entire team instead of fixing the problem. Most teams do what Mike Vrabel did, and they keep letting Ryan Tannehill throw them out of the playoffs every year for less than 200 yards, always turning the ball over, never executing, and never receiving any criticism because players that look like that never get it. He was allowed to fail every year. And instead of giving the job to Malik Willis, they put Malik in the game and didn't let him do anything. And then the media said the next day, Malik Willis sucks. They're not that stupid. This is purposely done. And then they drafted Will Levis, who didn't do a fucking thing in college. His year was shit. Will Levis only came in and was leading the league in interceptions. The only thing that stopped it is they put him on the fucking bench. No coverage. The only coverage is he should go here. I think he'd do well over here. The point in all of that, last year they had so many fucking games with Tennessee on it on television. They wanted to showcase Will Levis. This year, there are no primetime games for Tennessee. Tennessee is another team that was just a quarterback away. They gave away a good receiver, but they were just a quarterback away. They're not hurting. When they have a turnaround, it's not going to be shocking. Every year, they always look and anticipate. They always do this. These rookie white quarterbacks that really didn't do much in college, they always get primetime games, even when the team is fucking garbage. They did it last year. Several teams, they had dude on New England. They had him on TV. Several of those teams were on TV with those rookie quarterbacks that didn't do half of what Cam Ward did. Cam Ward has no games where he's scheduled to be on primetime television. And there's not enough coverage of Cam Ward in Tennessee because Tennessee did something that Mike Vrabel didn't do. Mike Vrabel allowed Ryan Tannehill to ruin their chances every year. Mike Vrabel was so hell-bent on not playing Malik Willis, he lost almost 7 or 8 games in a row to 1 year to run the Titans out of the playoffs, and there was no criticism because while he was doing it, he was destroying a ninja's career. You don't get punished for that. That's why he got nothing but great coverage. He has another job. No criticism for being a failed-ass coach that had a losing streak of 7 or 8 games, and the media never said a fucking word. Most teams do that. I don't know what type of coach Tennessee has, but I can give him credit for being a better person than Mike Vrabel, who would never admit that Ryan Tannehill couldn't play. Mike Vrabel is a perfect example of wanting to rather losing with somebody he likes than playing who he needs. Every time Malik Willis showed any flashes, he went out of his way to make sure the OC didn't call anything where he might look good. And I'm not exaggerating. And that worthless motherfucker has another job right now in New England. But I was impressed that Tennessee, unlike they did with Mike Vrabel, unlike most teams, like the Giants who didn't do anything, like all the teams with quarterbacks that can't play, but for some reason, nobody can see it and you're just going to keep failing every fucking year instead of addressing the problem. Tennessee admitted, we fucked up by drafting Will Levis, who can't play. Let's get a real quarterback so we can actually compete. That should get more coverage, but that would require talking about Will Levis being a failure. Therefore, they can't really talk about Cam Ward. Because I don't think you can bring up the fact that you're anticipating this season, what a great career he's had, what a great addition he should be, without shitting on Will Levis, whose ass you were kissing last year. He deserves to be shitted on. He's a failure. Lack of coverage and the lack of primetime games for Cam Ward is the NFL being the NFL. On the flip side of that, they have primetime games for New England, so we can see that horrible draft pick that was not better than Joe Milton. But Mike Vrabel got that job, so the first thing he did was get rid of that ninja quarterback. One of the first fucking moves he made when he got there. He wasn't even there a month yet. After he got there, Joe Milton was going to be gone. And they have a failed guy from North Carolina that didn't do shit, but all the coverage will be positive. No matter what he does, just like Brock Purdy last year, failing miserably, but they never said a fucking word. Outside of the trucks, he gave his linemen trucks. How did he play? Like pure shit. That's the advantage all these cats get. Hope people keep that in mind. I just don't see dude having much of a year, but Cam Ward is set up to have a nice year. Will Levis could have had a great year. They were set up. He was just that terrible. If he was half decent, if he was semi-serviceable, Tennessee would have made the playoffs. I remember watching games and seeing players open. The plays were there to be made. He couldn't make the plays. I remember watching and saying, damn, dude is actually calling some good plays. Will Levis just sucks. Most teams would have let him continue to drag the franchise down. That really deserves a lot more coverage. Excellent job by them bringing in, to me, who should have been the top quarterback, taking Cam Ward. And there should be a lot of anticipation about that. That's something for the media to talk about, but, I mean, that will require shining light on Cam Ward and bringing light to the fact that Will Levis, somebody that y'all loved, was a fucking bust and was garbage and never should have been picked in the first place, which is what I said, which isn't genius, but, again, they just drafted him in the third round when they already had Malik Willis. Pure fucking stupidity. They already had a franchise quarterback, and they never used him. But, you know, most people just think if the team doesn't play him, that automatically means they can't play because owners, coaches, and people like that are perfect and they always play the best person. At any rate. Interesting. I'll get deeper into the schedule in a later show. But the Giants with Jackson Dart and New England have 3 primetime games. I think both of them have 3. One of them at least 2, but both of those teams have 3 primetime games. The Giants, who have been fucking terrible, they drafted Jackson Dart. Dumb pick in the first round. 3 games. New England, who gave a black coach 1 year. Joe Milton came in and played better than the guy that got drafted ahead of him. Got rid of Joe Milton, have given the keys to a guy that didn't deserve to be picked where he was picked. One of the worst, a terrible pick, just like the Mac Jones pick. But again, no matter how they play next year, his coverage will be positive. They love Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel shits on black quarterbacks, so no matter what he does, great coverage. I guarantee it. Just like San Francisco last year. Again, check out their record. You would never know it by the way that they were covered. When they failed, they just got quiet and didn't say anything. But before the season, MVPs, they're going to win the Super Bowl. They fail, nothing at all. It's nobody's fault, not the coach, not the quarterback, not the running back, not anybody that y'all say is great. Shout out to the NFL with their terrible schedule making and giving primetime games to players that you want so badly to be the top tier, but they're going to fall to the wayside just like the Herberts, just like the Allens, even with your fake-ass fucking MVPs. And you will underappreciate the Cam Wards of the world, who, if you actually cared about the game, you would pay a lot closer attention to. Shout out to the NFL being the dumbass schedule makers that they are. One of the things I'm looking forward to seeing Cam Ward in Tennessee again, another team that was only a quarterback away. So those are the things I want to talk about NFL-wise. The debacle that is the Pittsburgh Steelers, again, they're still set up to be a good team, but I think they could have been special. What I'm looking forward to seeing the Jets and what they're building. I like what they've done thus far. They have a lot more than just an okay quarterback, and I believe he's in a situation where he's actually going to be allowed to play. So despite the microanalyzation and coverage that he's going to get when he plays well, it would be downplayed or ignored. If he happens to have a game that's so-so, it will be all that they talk about, and they will highlight every bad thing that he does. And the reverse will be true for all of the guys that they wish could actually play, like the cat in New England and the cat with the Giants. Dart has the tools, but him being drafted ahead of the players he was drafted ahead of was crazy. As some teams just can't get off that white. They can't get off that narcotic, and it's going to hold them back. This is Underground Railroad Show, hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Let me catch up with the chat, and then I will get into these cow awards. JBJ said, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. We got Chef Mac Feezy on the train. What up, Mac Feezy? Thank you for coming aboard, sir. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. JBJ said the finals are going on, and this ninja is talking about the NFL football schedule. Sir, I explained that at the beginning of the show that you were not here for. I am not talking about round ball because I haven't watched round ball. And rather than fake break it and do like most people do and watch one of these shows and do the black version of the same boring, dumb shit that they say every day, since I can't speak articulately about the NBA, I can't talk about the coaches, what they do, how these players are, how they've improved. Do I like the coaching? Do I like the bench? How these players progressed? I don't know anything about it because I have not watched it. So since I cannot speak about it from an aspect of intelligence or being informed, I choose to leave it alone. And there are a lot of things in the NFL and college football that caught my eye. So I chose to talk about that, sir. But I'll lend you this olive branch. I'll extend this olive branch. I may bring on Tyrone one day, and or somebody whose opinion I respect and or trust, where I can bounce things off of them. And that way I can give a more thorough breakdown if I have a reference point of somebody whose opinion that I actually trust as far as the sport. So I may do that, sir, but I'm not going to speak about something I actually haven't watched. The finals are going on, and this ninja is talking about the NFL football schedule.
Wrong yet. It's just too bad you don't know what it is. Brother.
I gave a disclaimer at the beginning of the show. I actually went on a slight rant about how I hate the fact that after that game one and that great comeback, well, first and foremost, I made the mistake of not continuing to watch the game. And I know better. I'm the main person that says it's not over till it's over, so I missed that great comeback. Secondly, instead of talking about the game, the comeback, the execution, just the beautiful, just the game around ball in itself, it's always dumbed down or reduced to a headline. Is Halliburton the most clutch ever? Or it? Just talk about the game. Everything doesn't have to be the greatest ever, all time ever. It's so damn worn out. It's just that It's such a lazy headline. But after that type of comeback, I wish the narrative would have been about the execution and or lack thereof that led to said comeback. JBJ said, we only have a few more games of round ball left, and you can't even acknowledge it. I can acknowledge it, sir.
Funky dog head, bitch.
I can acknowledge it. I can acknowledge it, sir. But again, the prior statement still stands. And I acknowledge that you're late. McFeezy said, let's not speak on how the Steelers screwed up their quarterback situation. McFeezy, I've been ranting on that for quite a while. That was my opening. Feel free to go back and listen. But yeah, I spoke about that in detail. And it's kind of ironic and or Pats wanted a quarterback that they chose not to keep. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But I mean, I don't know. Here's what it is, I guess. But JBJ, I will say you got a point. You got a point. I'll give you that. There's something to what you're saying, but dude, I'm good. Right now, anyway. Right now, I'm good. Right now, I'm good on it, but I mean, we'll get there. But I did, if I can get somebody on, I'll do that. And or if I actually sit down and watch the entire game, I can do that. But I have yet to sit. Okay, I got you back. I got you. We only have a few more games of round ball left, and you can't even acknowledge it. I acknowledge it, sir.
Knee deep in the shit. You'll get the shit. You'll be knee deep in the shit.
I just like hearing that one.
You'll be knee deep in the shit.
I hear you talking, sir. I hear you talking. Sluggo said, yep, Mac, we already talked about your quarterback situation. It's puzzling to say the least. Sluggo said, JB, Nick actually opened up the show talking about round ball. Told you, sir. Told you. You weren't here, sir. JBJ said, that ninja isn't talking about the game of football that we all love. This ninja's talking about the schedule.
You must be on something. You must be on something. You must be on something.
You're funny, sir. You're funny. And again, before that, I was talking about the game. But I spoke about the schedule thing because it goes to the disrespect that Cam Ward is getting. There should be more coverage of that situation. What he did, the way he persevered and made it to be the first pick. The fact that Tennessee admitted that they fucked up with Will Levis. The media should come on and say, we were wrong about Will Levis. He's a bust. Keep in mind, these low-life, ignorant, biased, racist motherfuckers were calling Bryce Young a bust after 2 games in his second season on his third coach. But nothing to say about Will Levis. There's no way this is all an accident. These motherfuckers are ignorant. There's no way. They're biased as hell. Bryce Young is a failure, but you have nothing to say about Will Levis. Nothing. Nothing about Daniel Jones. Nothing about Law and Order after 3 or 4 fucking teams. Destroying Cleveland because he couldn't execute. Nothing, ever. Except he should go here. He should go here and get a start. Fuck out of here, man. It's just, it's annoying. I'm always going to be taken back that no matter how they can say the craziest shit and people still will turn them on and listen to their fucking opinion. That shit's crazy. How many times can somebody be wrong and still be viable? But JB, you have a point, but you kind of don't. This ninja isn't talking about the game of football that we all love. This ninja's talking about the schedule.
Oh, you're on something, all right. Must be some powerful shit, too. Oh, you're on something, all right. Must be some powerful shit, too.
I see you, sir, making up for lost time. Chef McFeezy says, whoops, I think I missed one. Preach on it, Sluggo.
Amen, preacher.
Either it's Mike Tomlin not giving a damn, or they're setting up Tomlin to step down after the season, because it makes no sense to not be proactive in getting a quarterback long term.
Amen, preacher.
Preach, sir.
Amen, preacher.
Sluggo said, didn't Purdy sign a big contract? Let's see how that pans out. He's not going to do anything special. They're not going to cover it. And no matter what he does, they're going to say he's a good quarterback or serviceable, whatever the shit they say. They're going to do the same thing they did with Law and Order. He failed in Cleveland. He went somewhere else. The only thing they had to say is he should start. He went somewhere else. The only thing they had to say is he should start. He go to Tampa. He should start. He plays average. Oh, my God, what a comeback. He never came back. He never came in the first place. Pause. He has to play well first for that to mean something. There would be so much revisionist history if he was a ninja. Lamar Jackson was in that draft, and they took Law and Order. Lamar Jackson, last pick in the first round. Law and Order gets no coverage for being a failure. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson, despite all his accolades, they robbed him for an MVP this year, and the narrative is he has to and he must win a Super Bowl now. And people that aren't understanding of the game and that are trustworthy believe that stupid shit. But I ask you this. What is the criteria for needing to win now? When I'm not 30, I should have 3 MVPs. And according to all of the experts, 90% of them, 100% of the pale ones for the most part, I'm not a quarterback. I can't throw. I should be a receiver or a running back. I'm terrible. I'm not good at all. So if I'm that terrible and I've won MVPs and done all of this, I've exceeded any expectation you could have. So how is it that I now need to fucking win a Super Bowl? How is that possible? I've already won. I can't play according to you, and I've made you ignorant motherfuckers give me 2 MVPs. I don't have to do anything else. But I would think somebody like a Josh Allen that you claim is great, that a Herbert that you claim is great, if they're as good as you say they are, why the fuck aren't they on the clock? The narratives that they have are so stupid. I don't understand how they get traction. Sometimes I think it'd be easier if I just was a puppet like most. But I see this shit for what it is. It's so stupid. They don't even take the time to make up good lies. There's nothing to criticize about his play, so let's start he need to win a Super Bowl. Next day, dumb niggas, yeah, man, if you don't win a Super Bowl this year, I don't know. Man, if you don't sit your dumb, non-thinking, brain-dead, repetitive, fax machine ass down somewhere, but in any fucking way. Sluggo saying facts, Mac. JBJ said, Feezy, it's like they were trying to appease Rodgers by not selecting any real competition for him in the draft. If they were doing that, Mr. Tomlin, Steelers.
You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Led astray. Run amok.
Mac Feezy, who is a Steelers fan, says, but what pisses me off is that I witnessed the NFL and the various media outlets do the buck breaking crap on Shedeur Sanders by nitpicking on stuff that they've never nitpicked on white quarterback prospects for. Again, preach, sir.
Amen, preacher. Amen, preacher.
As a black quarterback, it doesn't matter that you actually executed in college. It doesn't matter that you actually did it on the field. Every year they hype up 3 or 4 white quarterbacks that didn't do anything in comparison to the top quarterbacks, and they all get drafted ahead of them for the most part. Just like how the NFL conspired not to draft any HBCU players when Deion was able to get very prominent players to go to an HBCU to send the message that if y'all do this, we're going to fuck you. They went out of their way to not draft any HBCU players that year. I'm sure it was an accident. This is all strategic for the long term. These are very fragile and stupid people. Most of them would rather lose with who they like than win with who they need. They would rather lose with the person they like than win with the person that they need. That's most of them. They'd be happy with that. He had no business falling that far, and some of the teams that passed on him, it made no sense. And if Pittsburgh even considered doing that, then they deserve to have a bad year because that makes them the dumbest motherfuckers on planet Earth. If you did that, you know what you're telling Aaron Rodgers? Whoops, wrong one. You know what you're telling them?
I'm God.
He's walking in believing that. If any of that shit is true, which I'm hoping it's not because that would make them stupid and make Mike Tomlin incredibly stupid, at least in that aspect. There was no excuse for that stupid shit. If that's actually why they did it, that would make them a fucking moron. Or whoever the fucking dumbass is that wants him as a quarterback. Might not be Mike Tomlin. I don't know if he even has that juice. And if he does, he's out of his fucking mind. And if it's whoever has made all these dumb decisions with the Kenny Pickett's and all the failures that never ever get mentioned as a fucking failure. Kenny Pickett failed in Pittsburgh, went to Philadelphia, and the white media said he should start over that nigga. He's never done anything. Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, but you should bench that nigga and start Kenny Pickett, who's never done a fucking thing in the NFL. It has nothing to do with color. It's all football. Don't talk about race.
Amen, preacher.
I hate the media. I fucking hate them. Sluggo said Nick is on some powerful ish. Hold on. Where was that at? Mac Feezy, I read that. Mac Feezy said, JBJ, it was pathetic to watch the Steelers bend the knee to Rodgers and kiss his ass. It was. Sluggo said, mainstream sounds a lot like Spreaker heads with the low-hanging fruit topics. They have far too many resources to give the audience that nonsense. Preach.
Amen, preacher. Amen, preacher.
Sluggo said, by the way, Nick, I said Simone and not someone. Where is this at? Sluggo said, Nick on some powerful ish. What did I miss? Simone. What did I miss, sir? That must have been a while. Okay. That play is available to everyone, but others can't do it as well. It's akin to stopping Simone Biles. It's akin to stopping Simone from performing difficult tasks because others can't do it. Isn't that the damn point? Okay, you were talking about Simone Biles. Look, you know how sometimes, my bad, man. Sometimes when you're reading the chat, it just goes so fast. Hey, man, I don't think that's worthy. I see what y'all are doing in the chat room, and I feel it's wrong. But these things happen. This can happen. Sometimes you're right in front of it, man, but you can still miss it. It is what it is.
Knee deep in the shit.
Okay, I got you, Sluggo. You said Simone. I said someone, and then afterwards I mentioned Simone Biles when you had just mentioned her. I got it. Obviously, I fucked that up. Obviously, I fucked that up. My bad. Nick is on some powerful ish. That's not true, sir. What are you trying to say? And this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy that Ninja. As I'm watching this application freeze for a second, so it's my belief that right now my voice is probably not up to par. Okay, it's no longer freezing. I believe y'all can hear me now. But to that comment that what is it? Nick is on some powerful.
Oh, you're on something, all right. Must be some powerful shit too.
JBJ laughing at Sluggo saying, ha!
A-E-I-O-U. Use your vowels.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You're on that bullshit today. I swear.
Sluggo said, in the majority of the fan bases with cosign management losing with who they like, and that's making the game less watchable every passing year. Man, you better preach,
You're
sir.
a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
It really messes with the quality of the football. It really does. McFeezy saying Tomlin has the juice. I'm sure he does, man. I'm just disappointed in what he's doing. And again, McFeezy, you deserve several of these, but I was just not near it at the time, and this board is just different. But those are my thoughts today concerning the great game of football. And I know NBA Finals going on right now, but this is what I do. Have some thoughts on the NFL. Speaking about Pittsburgh and how I feel like they relapsed. When I say relapsed, I mean they got back on that white, on that narcotic. They had a chance to be special offensively. It really, as an overall team, it was right there. It was plain as day. The only thing they had to do was say yes and or just commit to it. And for some reason, they did not. The caliber of players that they had. Man, these Cowboys are super old. Is this yeah, this is it. Because that first one, somebody I've talked about before. Okay. And again on this platform, I've had some shows where I could play the sound bite in the background. There was no problem. But then again, when I tried to do that shit, that did not work out for the best. It basically killed my voice. So that particular day, I'm sure y'all couldn't even hear the cows. So obviously I won't try that shit again. It does not work. But let's read these cows, and I'm actually on point with the time I thought I would be at right about now. Sluggo laughing at I feel it's wrong. I do, sir. I feel it's wrong. I mean, you didn't tell any lies. Damn, I just threw that motherfucker away. Didn't mean to do it. You didn't tell any lies, but somehow I still feel you're wrong. Just something about it's still wrong. Yep, this is it. All right, I got those situated. I believe I'm caught up in the chat, but just on review today, spoke about Pittsburgh and the decisions that they made. I just didn't agree. I just thought they had a chance to be special with Mr. Fields, DK Metcalf, Pickens. I forget my man's name, but he stepped up to be a very viable number two. And they could have really had something special. You had the running backs. You had a good line. You had two tight ends, one very underrated tight end, one that gets talked about a lot. Arthur Smith was doing better than I thought he would play calling, although I still don't think he's ideal. But they had an opportunity to be really special, and they gave it away for an elderly Caucasian. I don't understand that. Now, again, they can be effective. You can throw short balls to those tight ends. The players are going to be open. They were open last year. And again, with Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball, DK Metcalf won't have to worry about so many offensive pass interference calls and the things that always used to seem to take away some of his plays. When he makes these catches now, he won't have to worry about phantom flags, and these things will benefit the offense. I'm not saying they won't have a good year. Coach Tomlin is a great coach. They're going to have a good year. But they had a chance to be special, and they threw it away. They had a chance to set themselves up for years when they already had a good defense, and they were going to be able to have an offense to match, and they chose to not do it. And I just don't understand that. So I spoke on that, and I spoke about how the Jets did the antithesis of this by signing Mr. Fields. And I listened to the offensive coordinator hired by Aaron Glenn speak about Justin Fields, and what he said was just plain hard facts, and that was enough for me to be, because that would be my really only worry is what type of coordinator do they have? The type of coordinator that wanted that quarterback along with the head coach, the type of coordinator that says everybody knows about, the physical attributes, and people like to talk about, that he can run, but he also has an arm, and that's a huge part of his game. I'm looking forward to using all aspects. So he's looking forward, and he said you can do so many things with a player like that, and I'm looking forward to it. Pittsburgh, what the fuck were you thinking? I don't understand. He proved it on the field, and you still didn't take him. I don't understand. Okay, do your thing. I guess you're waiting to draft another quarterback that looks like Kenny Pickett that isn't going to do a damn thing, and then he quietly gets released to no criticism as you look for another quarterback. Now, I will, and that's the other thing I'm giving Aaron Glenn credit for. Let's be honest. Well, no, people don't. Let's not say that. I'm going to say this. This is from my observation. I'll give you examples. If you fail with a Caucasian quarterback, a lot of the time they will let it slide. You don't get as much criticism. If your quarterback is a ninja and he doesn't shit gold bricks, they're going to microanalyze everything your team does. They've done it every year of Justin Fields' career. Again, Bryce Young was being called a bust last year, and people that don't understand the game, instead of dismissing that like anybody with a little bit of football sense would have done, most people go into let's talk about it mode. Like, let's make it viable and let's give these ignorant bastards credit by acting like this is relevant. While they continue to watch failure after failure do nothing. In a quarterback's second year, 2 games in, on his third coach, you're calling him a bust. And magically, organically, every news media outlet is talking about it as well. No coverage for Will Levis on a great Tennessee team that had talent everywhere, but he was too busy turning the ball over, so they couldn't win. If he just played terrible and didn't turn the ball over, they would have won some of those games. Nothing. But it has nothing to do with how these players look and how biased all of these ignorant bastards are. I want you to think and say, let's promote white people. They do it organically. That's what's even fucking scarier. You cannot call Bryce Young a bust but have nothing to say about 7 or 8 different white quarterbacks that haven't done a fucking thing. Nothing. Every time they fail, they get to leave to crickets. Every damn year. But every damn year, people go back to those same people to find out how they feel about it. At any rate, man. At any rate. Mac Feasy says, Sluggo, of course they'll co-sign it because they are sheeple, being led to the slaughter willingly. 1,000%. 1,000%. God. Listen to the Steeler fan. This is even worse. And as I was just saying with that bomb drop, Sluggo was saying, preach McFeasy.
Amen, preacher.
McFeasy said, like it made no sense to trade George Pickens away for nothing. It didn't. You had the opportunity to have a great receiving core. What are you doing?
You're a devil.
And this chat is even worse. McFeasy said, Ninja, the crazy thing is that Arthur Smith, the OC of the Steelers, wanted Justin Fields. So if Arthur Smith wanted him and the team wanted him, why the fuck did y'all give him a lowball bullshit deal that meant y'all didn't believe in him at all? I see why he went to the Jets. And I'll say another thing about the schedule. If I'm not mistaken, the Jets play the Steelers week 1 and or game 1. I see what y'all are doing. And I kind of like that. If Aaron Glenn can implement what they're doing in Detroit, but implement that, like that defense with, players that are better than just players that are good enough to do it. Like get some elite players here and there that can do special shit, like Jalen Carter did last year. Get some Ndamukong Suh type. It's not easy to get that, but when you have the opportunity to get a difference maker, I think Aaron Glenn will get a difference maker. But if he can implement a defensive scheme, much like the one they have in Detroit, with possibly better players, if he can implement the way that they run that offense in Detroit, but you're doing it with a high-level quarterback with all of the tools, it gives you even more options in that offense. That's going to be – your running game is helped by his ability. The fact that you can dump that ball off, the fact that he is dead laser accurate and has a rocket-ass arm. And it doesn't matter that they choose not to talk about it. He still has that shit. And he's going to be able to do it next year or this coming up season because he's on a team that's actually going to allow him to do it. So it's going to be – that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, is this man actually being allowed to play quarterback without – he's not going to be in a situation, I think, like in Chicago, where he plays great for 2 or 3 games, has outstanding numbers, and then the next week the game plan is to not let him throw the ball. I don't think he's in that situation anymore. So I'm happy about that. I'm just very disappointed because I saw the future for the Steelers, and it was so bright. And I'm so confused as to why they did that. Such a bright future. Sluggo said, didn't Justin start 4-1? It's amazing how they essentially ignored that when considering his long-term viability. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. And it might have been 4-2 because of how they played against Indianapolis. I think the Colts might have been the game to mess the record up. But either way, the way he played on the field, he proved his worth. And, man, I don't understand. And if Arthur Smith wanted them and they didn't, that shit is weird. All right, man, let's read these Cow Awards, the infuriating Cow Awards. And this first one is when this first happened, this got to be the first time in Cow Award history I had a opening about this before the cow was given to me. This probably is the first one in a long time that I've seen before Sluggo and or anybody else has sent me Cow Awards. And these are late cows. If I had to guess, and let me just check it. Let me not just have to guess. I'm almost certain Dexter, my man Dexter sent me Cow Awards in the show page. So let me check that. And again, it's been a little while. Oh, and again, shout out to multiple plantations burning down, as well as the North Carolina Confederate History Museum being destroyed by a fallen tree.
God is good. God is good. God is good.
Woo! Jesus.
I'm God.
One more time for natural events. Alleged natural events doing damage to said properties. Again, multiple plantations and a Confederate museum. I think there was something else, but I can't remember at the time. But if you trust in him,
Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Won't he fight your battles? Won't he make your enemies your footstool? Won't he give you joy in sorrow? Won't he give you hope for tomorrow? Won't he dry your tears? Won't he, won't he, won't he, won't he, won't he? Won't he, won't he, won't he, won't he, won't he?
God damn anybody who doesn't glorify his work. God damn anybody who doesn't glorify his work.
yeah, and shout out to Dexter who told me about the second plantation that caught on fire. But just wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Okay, no cows in here. Outside of these, and we talked about them already. So wait a minute. Sorry for doing this while the show is going on, but there were two. Okay. And I don't have the details. I'm going to hold off because I don't have the details. Got one where a black police officer is pulling a black man out of a car that's paralyzed. Then you got a white woman in the playground cussing out a black child. I don't have the details, and I don't want to get those cows out like that. So, Dexter, I'm going to roll those over to the next show. But I got you, sir. But I knew you had something on here. But I'd have to actually turn that on to get the details, and I haven't watched those vids, sir. But again, you might have just been keeping me aware. But let me read these cows that are extremely late. Sluggo said, it will be extremely difficult to root for the Jets, but I will as long as Fields is under center. Sluggo echoing, and I need to find that. Sluggo echoing, won't he will? And I'm going to have to record that again, man. I don't know where the hell that went, but I'll give you the follow-up. Won't he will?
Won't he will, that means didn't he did?
Yeah,
when hasn't he ever? Didn't he did? Did he not do it? Won't he will, that means didn't he did?
Yeah,
when hasn't he ever? Didn't he did? Did he not do it?
Shout out to the ancestors or whatever entity is blazed up a couple of plantations and dropped a fallen tree to destroy a Confederate museum. If you trust in him.
Won't he do it?
The Cow Awards are the colonizer of the week. I use this award to highlight the atrocities committed mainly by colonizers because they go unnoticed. The reason I do this, and I'm not giving any type of disclaimers, the media is mainly Caucasians. Caucasians are excited and they love and they get moist and hard for white violence. When white people do savage shit, there's a large portion of society and I can't speak about all of, yeah, I can. A large portion of society and the majority of the people that cover it, the mainstream media that covers it, loves white savagery. They apologize for it. They're not offended by it. Therefore, the coverage is biased and slanted, and we don't hear a lot about a lot of the heinous things that they do because they're not heinous in the eyes of another psychopath. Therefore, I feel it necessary to point out these acts that happen that never get talked about because the people that cover it have no empathy for the people that are victimized by these savages. And there are some exceptions to the rule, but that's what occurs the majority of the time with these stories. With that in mind, first Cow Award comes from Sluggo, and it reads as follows. I hate that I cannot play my drums in the background. Cow nomination to the unnamed Cincinnati police officer who claims he saw a gun when he shot and killed an 18-year-old black kid by the name of Ryan Hinton. I had an opening on this 2-3 weeks ago, almost a month ago at this point. According to WOSU, public media. The family of Ryan Hinton, the 18-year-old, a Cincinnati police officer shot May 1st in Price Hill, say they want more information about his death. They've retained attorneys to conduct an independent investigation. The younger Hinton was fleeing a car reported stolen in Price Hill May 1st when an officer fired 4 rounds at him. One hit Hinton in the chest and another in his arm and side. Officers rendered aid, but Hinton died shortly after. Police say Hinton was armed with a semi-automatic pistol with an extended magazine and that he pointed the gun at the officer shortly. Shut the fuck up. Shortly. Lying sack of shit. Shortly before he was shot. Body camera footage shows Hinton falling as one officer chases him. Then getting up and running between 2 dumpsters, the pursuing officer yells, "Gun, gun. He's got a gun." My bad. The pursuing officer yells, "Gun, gun, he's got a gun." A second officer, the one wearing the body camera, shoots Hinton very shortly after he emerges from between the dumpsters. It's unclear in the footage if Hinton points a weapon. Quote, "We're not here at this point to make any specific allegations." This must be some representative for the family. Any specific determinations as it relates to that police-involved shooting. Hinton family attorney Michael Wright said at a news conference Monday, "We're here and we're retained to investigate that shooting." Wright said attorneys have requested body camera footage from the responding officers as well as other records of the incident. Tanya Larkin is Hinton's grandmother. She says the family is deeply upset by his death. Quote, "I can't even express how I feel right now." She said, "I'm angry. And if everything comes out that is not what it should have been, we need to do something else about change and training." All of this training. Y'all gotta stop with this goofy shit. Larkin questioned why her grandson had to die. "We don't deserve to be killed just because we're running away from the police," she said. "We're scared just as much as they are." Hinton's grandfather, Rodney Hinton Sr., says he's also deeply shaken by his grandson's death, but he also said he is trying to see things from the officer's side. "The officer's scared, and I saw my grandson scared." Grandson, Rodney Hinton Sr., not the man's father. For those that don't know, Rodney Hinton's father, the next day after watching his son being murdered in a video, found a Cincinnati police officer doing traffic duty and ran him clean over, committing vehicular homicide. And for anybody that has a problem with this, I thought you were Christian. That's biblical, eye for an eye. Running away does not mean I get to murder you. They're trying to make this shit normal. And it's always this soft bullshit. I saw 2 scared people. He just murdered your grandson, and you're talking about you saw 2 scared people? We need training. We don't deserve to die just because we're running away. All of this empathy and looking, you're not going to get empathy from a bunch of ignorant psychopaths. White savagery is the only thing this country has a real tradition of. It's the only thing that they universally love. That's why they're not doing anything. This is fun. We're talking about people that descend from motherfuckers that buried the Congolese up to their face. Some while they were alive, some while they were dead, and kicked their heads until they came off. That was a game. That's why these motherfuckers are so fucked up. If you look at their history, it really hasn't changed. The behavior is the same. There's no outrage, and it hasn't changed because they're cool with white savagery. Because these things happen so often, I fully understand why Rodney Hinton's father found an officer to execute. You executed his son, it's the same thing. And I'm extremely disappointed in any ninja that looks at that situation and spends too much time talking about what he did instead of what they did. That is a culture of racism in every police department, and it won't be addressed because they don't care. You have to make them fucking care. And you're not going to do that by talking and saying goofy shit like I saw 2 scared people. That is weird. That's a weird statement. And forgive me for the pause as I'm doing this. I'm realizing I am not where I should be with that. Obviously, this is the reason why on this show we say often and frequently.
I don't like fucking cops. I don't like fucking cops.
The second Cow Award comes from Sluggo, and it reads as follows. Cow nomination to the all-white jury who recently acquitted 3 police officers who were charged in the killing of Tyree Nicholas. Dexter also submitted this as well. According to the PBS.org, 3 former Memphis police officers were acquitted Wednesday of state charges, including second-degree murder, in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols after he ran away from a traffic stop in 2023. A jury which appeared to be all white took about 8.5 hours over 2 days to find Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith not guilty on all charges after a 9-day trial in state court in Memphis. After the jury's verdict was read, the defendants hugged their lawyers and relatives, and the former officers cried. One relative yelled, "Thank you, Jesus." The 3 defendants still face the prospect of years in prison after they were convicted of federal charges last year, though they were acquitted of the most serious charges then too. Nicholas, a 29-year-old black man, fled a traffic stop after he was yanked out of a car, pepper sprayed, and hit with a taser. He was supposed to run. What the hell's going on? 5 officers who are also black caught up with him and punched, kicked, and hit Nicholas with a police baton, struggling to handcuff him as he called out for his mother just steps from his home. Nicholas died January 10th, 2023, 3 days later after the beating. Footage of the beating captured by a police poll camera also showed the officers milling about, talking and laughing as Nicholas struggled. His death led to nationwide protests, raised the volume on calls for police reform in the U.S., and directed intense scrutiny of police in Memphis, a majority black city. If you're going to belong to a corrupt system, you're going to adhere to that system. Very few decent, it's hard to be black and a police officer unless you have the ability to compartmentalize. Otherwise, you're mentally compromised and you do what they do. The reason why I think conversation is necessary, because if those 3 dumbass niggas had just been given the truth and armed with that information, they wouldn't allow. Well, then again, the job of officer kind of attracts bitch ass niggas and coward ass motherfuckers, because you can get away with doing anything. That's going to attract a lot of people. If you're a police officer and you're never held accountable, I want to do that too. I can be a piece of shit, and for the most part, the majority of white people defend me no matter what. And even if ninjas don't defend me, the first thing to come out of their fucking mouth will be all police officers aren't bad, as they're watching the tape of police officers killing somebody and watching everybody else stand behind the blue wall and co-sign it. And the first thing they want to do is let you know, I still like you. That bitch ass attitude is the main fucking problem. These motherfuckers need the Rodney Hinton Jr. treatment. That's what they need. This type of behavior, these actions, and this lack of accountability for police officers is again why we say on this show often,
I don't like fucking cops.
You can't reason, you can't talk. They don't give a fuck. Now, I'll say this: if they had did that to a Caucasian, them niggas would have probably got convicted in every court. But again, white savagery and seeing ninjas die, they're cool with that. That's an American tradition. Still is. They deserve exactly what they did to that young man. You yanked him out the car, beat him, tased him, and you're wondering why the fuck he ran? What the hell is going on? Man, please protect yourself. And if you get stopped and an officer is doing his job, then chill out. That's what we do anyway. We're not savages. If we were, there wouldn't be any white people left. The proof's in the pudding. I wish we were as we were depicted. I wish we actually were that way. Because I tell you, a lot of motherfuckers in this country deserve that shit. I wish we were. We're not as fucked up as the white people we're here with. We don't act like bitches when we lose elections. They've done that throughout their entire history. Half of those massacres, if not the majority of them, were because they lost a fair election. Their response: let's kill every nigger in the town. America's response: let's erase that. Let's erase that history. Let's call it a race riot. That way we're not accountable for being murdering pieces of shit. Let's fuck these niggas' mind up so bad that when somebody brings it up later, they're going to get mad at the person that brings it up. We're in terrible shape. But those 3 black police officers are an example of what type of shape a lot of us are in mentally. Bottom line, you deserve the treatment you gave that young man. Unnecessarily tased and sprayed and maced and then beat to death because you're trying to run away and save your life from 3 psychopaths that have fell victim to that have failed victim mentally to that police shit. And again, that job attracts a lot of bitch ass motherfuckers that otherwise wouldn't act that way. And those are the people I hate. When your job is the reason you behave in a certain way, at a bare minimum, you need your ass kicked. A lot of them need to leave the planet. Those 3 bitch ass niggas need to leave the planet.
I don't like fucking cops.
Last Cow Award, let me make sure. Last Cow Award comes from Sluggo and it reads as follows. Cow nomination to a Karen by the name of Shiloh Hendricks for calling a black autistic toddler a nigger. I think these last 2 are the same ones that Dexter gave me. So these nominations are from Sluggo and Dexter, same 2 stories. He was autistic too. A secondary cow to all of those who donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to support her. According to the Root.com, a Karen's racist rant at a playground of all places, yeah, same story, was caught on camera and the internet wants to make her famous. The internet wants to make her famous. Whom she channeled all that ire toward will really make you want to put her on that Summer Jam screen. The viral video posted on Instagram on Wednesday, April 30th, shows a white woman holding a baby of her own being confronted after calling an autistic black toddler the N-word. A man holding the camera can be heard asking the woman, "You call him a nigger child? Did you call the child a nigger N-word?" I don't know why people are talking. The woman says, "The fuck you talking about? Mind your fucking business." To which the unidentified man replies, "It is my business. Did you call him that?" A recent Washington Post report claims the woman has since raised $500,000. Here's more from the Post. The online donations poured in alongside notes expressing far-right and racist. It isn't about being far-right. It's about being an ignorant piece of shit. Stop trying to... What are you giving it words for? Ignorant, dumbass, fucked up, poorly raised white people giving up money because they're just as ignorant as her. Same people that voted for Trump, same people that went up there on January 6th, same people that act like bitches every time a country that was tailor-made for them doesn't do exactly what they want. Mentally impotent, ignorant bastards. Far right. Get out of here with all these dumbass terms. Ignorant motherfuckers. You're not saying what it is. That's why you can't fix it. Talking around this shit. That ain't far right. That's poorly raised. That's ignorant. That's at least half of this country. Quite frankly, more. Even the motherfuckers that didn't go up there to January 6th, they were with it. All white people did was look at that and feel good about themselves. You didn't see any outrage. They love that shit. Fuck everybody that did that and everybody that supports them. Fuck y'all. You don't love this country. Every time y'all are slightly disappointed, y'all act a fool. Ooh, I wish we were just as fucked up as them. I wish we were just as fucked up as them. There would be so much blood in the streets. But we're not. We're not savages. We never have been. Sometimes I wish we were, I swear. I fucking swear I'm not kidding. And racist sympathies prompting a decision to mute comments by the Christian crowdfunding service hosting the campaign, which has been used to raise money for Daniel Penny, Luigi Mangione, and Kyle Rittenhouse. The woman's fundraiser prompted the local NAACP, these bitch ass niggas, Chi chapter in Rochester to start its own crowdfunding campaign for the family of the 5-year-old, who the group said had been called the N-word multiple times. The NAACP, who never does shit, I put that in. Chapter has raised more than $320,000 by Saturday afternoon. Okay, good for y'all. Speak up on some of the shit they do sometimes instead of attacking black comedians and black TV shows. Back to the original incident. The woman doubles down on her racist remarks and has the nerve to flip him off. The man challenged the woman to repeat her statements, and she happily obliges. Fuck you, nigger, before boldly repeating the slur 3 more times. She justifies her rant all because a little fucking kid took her son's stuff. The man asks if that was the reason enough to call a 5-year-old a slur, to which she answers if that's what he's going to act like after she's warned, she could be charged for hate speech. She claps back on how she doesn't give a shit before telling the man to fuck off. But she doesn't stop there. According to Tizzy, a TikTok influencer who helps identify racist people in videos just like these, said the woman told the man recording he and his wife should leave the country. She reportedly also called someone okay, man, the thing about it is the bitch had a baby so they couldn't whoop her ass. But all this recording shit, she had a baby. They couldn't whoop her ass. But she should have got called everything under the goddamn sun, and that wouldn't have been a calm conversation. But there's a technique to it. It's not about cursing, but you really have to calmly tell people how stupid they are. And don't get me wrong, most of them are just going to yell and scream. I haven't ran across many white people, and the ones that I've tried to talk to, they know if you're listening, what's up. When you try to talk to them, they always draw false equivalents, they have no self-reflection. When white people do fucked up shit, they just can't see it. The first thing they do is tell you about something that a black person did or try to justify what they did. That's 85% of them. I'm probably being nice with that. They can't see wrong in what white people do. Hence January 6th and all the other fucked up shit that goes on. They just can't see it. They always find a reason to justify it. That's why when a crazy-ass white person shoots up a movie theater, the next day they show him in a tuxedo saying he was a math honor student. But when a black person gets murdered by the police, they say, there was weed in the system. Inherent biases that when you point them out, most of them will react by playing victim. So again, it's part of the course, but when you don't check ignorant ass pale savages that attack the country, you let them off. When crazy ass crackers attack black people and you don't do anything, police murder black people and you don't do anything, the inbred, non-bathing, lower tier portion of the population, like this ignorant bitch, are going to act like that because you're telling them as a country it's okay to do so. And that is what this country's doing. When they don't want you to do something, there are consequences. When everybody's fucking with us, nothing is happening because they're throwing out the silent flag to do things, which is why I get so frustrated when black people act like they don't see it, join in on mainstream narratives, and always talk around it as if you're trying to spare their feelings. We are so far past that shit. If the only thing that we do is verbally tell them what the issue is, the only thing they should do is say thank you. Anything other than that, go to fucking hell. When white people lose an election, they attack the country. We're being murdered and we haven't set this bitch on fire. We should. We're justified in doing so. Those ignorant bastards were not justified. They're just spoiled, privileged, poorly raised, ignorant, worthless bastards, along with everybody that supports them. And that's most of the country. Fuck all of y'all. You watch black people get killed left and right, and nothing happens outside of smiles and saying, I support the police. You lose an election, and you act like bitches. I've never seen a bigger group of worthless motherfuckers. And this bitch is a prime example. But when the country is telling you that being an ignorant bastard, just like your worthless ancestors that you should be ashamed of, but you're actually proud of, when they tell you that's okay, this is how a lot of them are going to act because this is who the fuck they are. They only act right for fear of consequences. When the country is telling them it's okay to be the same worthless fucking bastard your goddamn ancestors were, they can't wait. Look how they're acting. Now, the way to correct it, in that situation, it was tricky. She had a baby. But in these other situations where there's all this talk and reason, man, if you don't check these motherfuckers, it's just like a pet. They might act a fool, but they won't do it with you if you check them. Going back to this ignorant bitch's name, Shiloh Hendricks. You're not going to win in a tough field, but I wish you didn't have that child. So the mother whose child you disrespected could have beat you to death in that fucking sandbox. Poorly raised people like that always say that this person did something to me and that's why I said this or did this. You did that because that's who you are. And you're only going to correct that through discipline. You cannot reason with bitches like that. And make no mistake about it, a lot of them hire people, work at banks, are teachers, educators, fucking coaches. The only difference is they try to contain that most of the time. You're not going to win in a tough field, but I wish that baby wasn't with you so you could have got to live in shit beat out of you.
White people have never been clean. Not now, not ever.
You won't win in a tough field, but you will be recognized.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
To the all-white jury that acquitted the 3 officers that murdered Tyree Nichols, and to those officers, you didn't win in a tough field. Very tough field. You didn't win in a tough field, but quite simply, all of those jurors need to watch their child get dragged out of the car, tased and beaten for no reason, and as he tries to flee for his fucking life, watch him get kicked to death. And then watch an all-black jury say that nothing happened. The only way they're going to understand is if they feel the same pain, and they don't feel pain unless it happens to a white person. We're way past talking. Again, they lose an election, they act like bitches. And the ones that don't, act like they don't see it. We complain or speak up about being murdered, and they say, don't attack the police. What's necessary is not conversation and stupid shit like, I saw 2 scared people in that video. You didn't win in a tough field, but that jury deserves to feel the pain of Mr. Nichols' family, and those officers deserve to die the same way they killed him. And if you're thanking God for that bullshit, your God's on the wrong side of that motherfucking situation. You did not win in a tough field, but you will be recognized.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
They're ninjas, but it applies. The unnamed police officers that ran down and murdered Ryan Hinton. Running away doesn't mean you get to execute. And the only thing that's going to slow this down are consequences. I'm so proud of that man's father for immediately administering consequences. And I appreciate the fact that he wasn't crying and groveling. He was sitting there very matter of fact about what the fuck he did. I'm tired of seeing black people and children being mistreated and murdered. And afterwards, there's all of this bullshit speak. And nice shit. Don't do nothing. Oh, this and that. We don't hate nobody. Can I have a hug? We need to be a hell of a lot more like Ryan Hinton Jr. Salute to you, sir. If nobody else says it, salute to you. Because it's your responsibility to take care of your child, and you did the best you could. Against that entity, you weren't going to get to him. They weren't going to allow that, but you can get to one of them. It's not like his son did anything. They didn't care about his son. It's a nigga. Let's pull the trigger. We don't have to worry about anything happening. I know the police department doesn't care. White America damn sure doesn't care. Some of black America is so stupid and or fucking faithful that they don't care. The only thing left is to defend yourself because the system is not going to do anything. This should happen a lot more often. And again, if you act right, we're going to act right. We're not y'all. We don't act like bitches every time we're disappointed. But in a situation where you're not being given a choice and you're being mistreated, man, you better be armed so you can defend yourself. Because there is no motherfucking reciprocity for any mistreatment of a black person in this country. And what's fucked up is the people that are in a position to talk about it won't do it. And the people that should be mad that they won't do it are too busy yelling at you, telling you, I'm tired of you talking about the Democrats. Well, I'm tired of Democrats watching black people get killed and black Democrats not saying a goddamn thing because they can't get elected if they say, could you stop murdering us? Goddamn, something's wrong in that equation. That officer deserves to be ran down and shot to death the same way he did that child, 18 years old and dead. Or he can watch it happen to his fucking son. And if what I'm saying is more, if you're offended by what I'm saying, that's the goddamn problem. You should be offended by their fucking actions. White actions are not, black words do not trump white actions. And that's the world we're in right now, where white people do heinous shit and nothing happens. Black people say something that white America doesn't like, true or not, and all hell breaks loose. I salute Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr. for avenging his son. The unnamed Cincinnati police officer. You deserve to watch your child be ran down and murdered. And then you can get ran down and murdered yourself because there is no reasoning at this point. This is not about fucking training. Stop saying that stupid shit. This is about a culture of motherfuckers who do not want to change. They want us to shut the fuck up about it. It's just like Malcolm X said. They don't want to stop doing their dirt. They want us to suffer peacefully. That's all this is. They don't want us to stop suffering. Just be quiet about it. Stop complaining. Once again, shout out to Rodney Hinton Jr. To the unnamed police officer and everybody that supports that shit. Fuck you, fuck the air you breathe. You deserve the same treatment that you gave that young man you murdered. Fuck you, fuck your ability to breathe, and you are the colonizer of the week.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
I don't like fucking cops.
17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
I don't like fucking cops.
Unacceptable, savage behavior that happens all the time and does not get reported. Thank you for those cow awards, sir. And again, if you're more offended by my words than their actions, that's the problem. I know the perception and what white America likes to tell you is that black words are very offensive, but white actions are something we should gloss over. I'm just not programmable. It doesn't matter how many times you go with this bullshit narrative, it just doesn't faze me. I see it for what it is. We are so far past. I don't think all officers are bad, man. Why are you worried about their goddamn feelings when they're shedding black people's blood? There's only one way that can happen. They've convinced a lot of black people that we are no longer a we. I know black people that happily say, I ain't worried about other black people, but I just don't feel that way. Well, congratulations, you're the problem. Our problem is not a lack of voting. Our problem is not because we don't go to fucking church. It's that stupid ass goddamn attitude. I digress. Mac Feasy said, yet, when whites are armed, they talk to them in the kindest and most gentle manner with an emphasis on de-escalation. Again, preach. Preach.
Amen, preacher.
Always somebody making a damn excuse. They're doing what they're allowed to do. Take away their pension, put their bitch ass in jail, but they'll stop. When they held those bitch ass police officers accountable, these motherfuckers didn't come to work. They started getting called in and didn't come to work. Why? Because they were held accountable. Why wasn't everybody fired? You know how corrupt a police department has to be for that to happen? That's because you're allowed, when you never speak on it and you pretend like white people can police black people without being fucked up, this can happen. Fucked up white people are going to hire other fucked up white people, and then they're going to hire fucked up black people that are going to act like they want them to act. How do you think this can happen on such a wide scale? All because you won't open your mouth because you don't want to offend a couple of motherfuckers. God damn. Pretending like they're not going to be biased is stupid. For the ones that aren't, it doesn't trump the ones that are. And at the end of the day, you're not going to speak up because if you do, you're not going to have a job. If you act right, they fucking kill you as a cop. There is nothing right about being a fucking cop. And you don't get credit for doing your job. That's what the fuck you're supposed to do. Man, you better keep something on you, bro. Sluggo said, no police officer should ever be believed when they're interacting with black people. History has shown us this time and time again. Yeah, facts. Problem is, most people are scared to say that out loud.
Amen, preacher.
Sluggo saying exactly, Mac. Sluggo said if the officer is scared, maybe he or she should change jobs. Effing fucking cowards. Yeah, facts. They're always talking about being scared and shit. Get another job. You're not scared. You want to murder because they let you. You never run down and gun down white people because you know there are consequences for that. I'm so sick of people talking about training. God damn, how dumb you have to be as a nigga talking about training. Shut up with all that training bullshit.
Hell no.
And Sluggo, that's exactly, I was going to say that. Sluggo said that's a Western religion type of response. I agree. I didn't say it, but yes, that sounds like some of that Christian bullshit. I saw two scared people. I did. Man, shut up. God damn. McFeezy, that attitude comes from Stockholm Syndrome, where the victims emphasize with their abusers. And that's all that was. And that's because, and make no mistake about it, these niggas are victims. We are at mental warfare every day in this motherfucker. To quote to be a black man and to be fairly aware is to be in a rage almost all the time. James Baldwin. I'm paraphrasing slightly, but if you're even moderately aware, it is impossible not to be aggravated at least slightly. It's impossible not to be. Sluggo said at least one, possibly more, were of the imported black variety. Most of them want to align themselves with the mainstream. That makes more sense now. Imported Negroes, that makes more sense. Now it makes all the sense in the world why they did that. That makes all the sense in the world now. Imported Negroes. They love to take advantage of what our ancestors did to help their progress, but they can't wait to align themselves with the worst motherfuckers that have ever lived. And historically, that's accurate. And if that bothers you, you should probably read a goddamn history book before they get rid of all of them. Sluggo says she should have had her ears stomped together. I agree. The only reason that didn't happen is, and again, I saw the video, and what I'm guessing is that she probably picked her kid up for like protection, but she had a baby in her hands, so she probably picked up the kid so she wouldn't get her ass whooped. But again, keep on with this. Oh, that's so rare, and no, the fuck it's not. No, the fuck it's not. If a lot of these cats didn't fear retribution, or if they thought they were safe, or if they thought they wouldn't get looked at funny, they would let it hang loose. It isn't that rare. It's really not that rare. But I mean, it's frustrating to see these things and see the this empathy and all these. I've seen more venom and more vitriol. I've seen more vitriol over complaints about rap music and dancing than I have over this. But again, at any rate, man, I'm sorry. Let me continue with the chat. Sluggo said, trying to politicize it and bury the main part of the story. That's an age-old media trick. Yeah. Trying to politicize it. No, that's not what that was. JBJ
Funky
said,
dog hit, bitch. Funky dog hit, bitch. Funky dog hit, bitch.
Sluggo said, a quote, Christian crowdfunding. Let that sink in. Sluggo said she definitely doesn't deal with the black people on a regular basis because her ass would have been handed to her years ago. Yeah, facts. Facts. She's usually in a safe area. Mac Feasy said, white Christian nationalism is straight up terrorism against black people. Yeah, facts.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
But preach, Mac Feasy. Mac Feasy said 56.8% of the prison population in America is white, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. But according to these bullshit news outlets, black people commit all the crimes according to them. Bitch, please. And again,
You're
preach.
a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
All lies. Now, granted, everybody can have tough breaks and all of that shit, but life is just like sports. You have a built-in advantage if you're white in America. If you think that statement isn't true, if you're offended by that, first off, fuck you. It's a fact. You know that. Stop pretending. But what annoys me is acting like you don't know that and getting offended when people point it out. With that in mind, if you're white and you're in jail, I look at you differently. Everybody has hard breaks and things can happen. But if you fumble your white privilege in this country, you're fucking stupid. I know multiple so-so white people or just incompetent people that have fucked up in ways that they shouldn't be able to come from, but they can because they're pale. That's simple. I hate when people overtalk it. You can be white and fuck up and it's okay. You can be white and be a convict and you will get more consideration than a black person that has never been in jail. That happens routinely because the person most of the time judging you is white and inherently biased. And what people like to do right here, instead of talking about the problem, well, you know, if I'm black and I'm hiring, I'm going to be more comfortable with a black person. That's bullshit. We don't do anything like they do. Most black people don't blindly support black people with anything. Most black people, unfortunately, now are happy to scream out how they are not afraid to talk about what black people do and act like they're special when they're just part of all the coward-ass sheep that are speaking against black people because white America gave you permission to do that. They've never given you permission to talk about them. So there's nothing special about dumb niggas screaming about what a black person did and patting themselves on the back. That would be cute in a bubble. But in a world where white people will boldly commit murder and act like they don't see it, well, they will commit treason, and all of them will act like they don't see it or at least downplay it. Please tell me how it's intelligent to be hyperactive to criticize other black people. We'll never get it. Not as a group. Not as a group. We'll never fucking get it. Sluggo said, had the situation been reversed, they would have attacked a black woman and child. That's just how savage they are. And again, that's a fact. That's a motherfucking fact. Because they always like soft targets where they think they can win. When it's a fair fight, most of the time they're not trying to fight. There are always exceptions to the rule, but most of these situations are cowards seeking out things when they have the advantage. That is literally their history. It's all they've ever done in this country and over there when they was over there in Europe not bathing. Same behavior. Sluggo said, preach, Mac. Mainstream news are in place to demonize us every chance it gets. That's facts.
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
Yep, but that's a fact. Preach, Mac.
Amen, preacher.
Mac Feezy says, preach, ninja.
Amen, preacher.
Years of conditioning from Christianity has made a lot of black people so passive and accepting of oppression. Black people will be so eager to turn the other cheek, but not realizing that these same savages will attack the other cheek. Again, preach. You're not.
Amen, preacher.
You can't appeal to the human side of somebody that is fucking subhuman. And that's what you're attempting to do. I'm trying. That is fucking subhuman work. It's not going to work. And the last chat from my man Sluggo saying, preach on that. Preach on that. Blacks definitely don't go out of their way to hire other black people. It's sickening when you sit back and think about it. We don't. There's an unnamed HBCU that's very close to me that purposely doesn't do that. I know for a fact from inside information, not a source, I know for a fact that the words were used, I want a diverse staff. A diverse staff is how you get a white woman at an HBCU calling the police on a student because the student is having a conversation with her in class or doesn't agree or is stating her opinion. And a white fucking bitch at an HBCU has a white officer come in and abuse her and take her out of a class at an HBCU. How does that officer and that woman not get the shit beat out of them in that class? That should never fucking happen. But unfortunately, a lot of people in those positions just want to get along, and there's nothing better to them than to be liked by the others, and I'll never understand it. They're not my God. They're not my deity. That's why I don't watch mainstream, and I don't care for SportsCenter and all of that. I can see the inherent racism in what they do. I don't repeat their narrative. I don't want to listen to shows that repeat their narrative because that they don't set my narrative. Like if somebody sets your narrative, that means you have the respect for them, the ultimate respect for them. You're striving to be them or you look up to them. None of those things apply to those people. The last thing in the world I want to be is that goddamn ignorant, mentally impotent, and worthless. That's the last thing I want is to act like the vast majority of those cats and the way they act in this country. That's the last thing I would want. I'm a much better human being than that. So since I don't look up to that, since that's not my deity, I'm not clamoring to be like them and to agree with their opinions or to give it credibility by talking about it instead of dismissing it for the short-sighted bullshit it is. The majority of the time when white people are attacking black people in either sports or real life, there are about 10 white people doing terrible shit that they're ignoring. And I'm not kidding. There's a producer that everybody's talking about right now, and we have a terrorist in office, terrorists in police uniforms, and terrorists around us that think it's go time. We're in terrible fucking shape. But we don't go out of our way to do that at all, man. Not at all. Matt Feezy said is exactly. Blacks in hiring roles do look for. Go back. Exactly. Blacks in hiring roles do look for ways to not hire us. They come up with so many mental gymnastics to disqualify a qualified black candidate. That happens all of the time because we've fallen victim to the mental warfare. If you're in that system, if you're not careful, you will think like them. And a lot of us think that accepting their stupid shit, repeating their narratives, acting like they have validity instead of dismissing them. Again, the thing that frustrates me is most black people will quickly dismiss other black people. But for some weird ass fucking reason, whatever comes on that goddamn TV, you will give it some type of validity. And you're giving it validity when you say this stupid shit. Such and such said this. What do y'all think? You don't even give that much consideration to the average black person next to you. You dismiss what they're saying, even if they're speaking to you like a man and giving you reference points to go check. But for some reason, just because a motherfucker said it on TV, it doesn't occur to you that this is a lying sack of shit. And I probably should be apprehensive about what they're saying. It's so goddamn weird to me. I don't know what else they have to do to be looked at as untrustworthy. I really don't. I really don't. Matt Feasy said, I'm not going to lie. I always hate being interviewed by black HR reps because their job is to go out of their way to disqualify me. And again, there's a lot to unpack right there, but I agree. And Sluggo said it perfectly, sad but true. A lot of people in those positions are in that position because they act that way and or they feel they have to act that way. There are some black people so fucked up they want to be one of the very few or the only black people around. There are some black people that covet not being around other people that look like them. That's actually, some people are raised that way to think that the white neighborhood is the nice neighborhood. But facts, again, there's no false equivalence in that situation. We don't do that shit. We actually should, but we don't. They do it openly and hire some ninja to excuse the behavior. But man, I appreciate the back and forth. Sluggo said, yep, many of us take pride in being the token. It's sad. Again, this is all old school Malcolm X. He taught us all of this bullshit. As a matter of fact, because I don't like to slip on the outro, but I'll give you a short version. Not going to give you my outro because I meant to go 3 and I've gone 4. But again, I appreciate the back and forth. Had a great time as usual getting out my football rant. I'm going to go out of here with a Malcolm X quote, and hopefully that'll be okay. It's going to have to be because that's what I'm going out with. Mac Feasy says, some of them feel threatened that you will take their job. And again, I agree. It's so much because to a degree we're kind of clamoring for these positions, but they don't hire us in groves. It's not a favorable situation, but there's no false equivalence in that situation because when we're in that position, we don't act like that. When we're in that position, we don't act like that. Half the time because we don't feel that we can, and sometimes we don't feel like we have that ability. But we don't act like that when we're in that position. We just don't. I'll be damned. There it is. I know it. Okay. I'm sorry. I just found something that, man, I've been looking for that forever. Why did I put that in? Okay. I know why I put it in there. I was overthinking. It makes sense, but okay. That does make sense, but I was overthinking it a little bit. I'll tell you what. Let's now I'll go with this one. Now I could go with the Novocaine I talked about earlier. I'm gonna go with one of my favorite quotes with Malcolm X talking about coffee. But again, one of the worst things that ever happened to us was desegregation. I'll let Malcolm take us out on that. But before I get out of here, man, I appreciate y'all as always. Thank you for the therapy. Miss y'all. It's been a week, and I needed my therapy. Thank y'all for the level for the clearing of the head, the level-headedness. Oh, check this out. Mom's is gonna come down and see me and stay for a couple of weeks and chill out. So I'm gonna get to spoil my mom for a little bit. She's gonna come down like on the 30th, and she is gonna take the Amtrak. She's gonna ride the train, actually. Said she wants to do it and just sit back and take a relaxing ride. So I'm looking forward to that. Before I get out, as always, RIPDT. Pops taught me to think of all I speak, but do not speak all I think. Simply put, that means that sometimes you either need to shut the fuck up or at least think about what you're about to say and who you're about to say it to. And I've noticed that sometimes that this isn't clear. What I'm saying is that before you get emotional and say something, think about what you're about to say, think about the situation, and think about who you're about to say it to. Another quote Pop gave me, and I'm paraphrasing, you can't control the things that happen around you, but you can control how you react to them. You can't control the things that happen around you, but you can control how you react to them. That's the power you have. I struggle with that every day, but I try to reference, you know what I'm saying? When a motherfucker needs to take a breath, I always try to reference, because you just don't want to. You want to think all you speak and not speak all you think. Simply put, you want to think all you speak not all you think. R.I.P. DT. Appreciate you, Pops. And as always, I take a shot for Pop. R.I.P. DT. Love you, Pop. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank you for the back and forth. I'm at the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to get out of here. And I'm going to get out of here. One of my favorite men in history, the great Malcolm X, who gave us all the teachings and lessons that we need. But because of this racist bullshit education we get, we don't learn about Malcolm X. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for the back and forth. As always, take care. I'll see you next time. And be easy.
It's just like when you got some coffee that's too black, which means it's too strong. What you do, you integrate it with cream. You make it weak. If you pour too much cream in, you won't even know you ever had coffee. It used to be hot, it becomes cool. It used to be strong, it becomes weak. It used to wake you up, now it'll put you to sleep.
Amen, preacher!